Dear guests and press members, welcome to the opening ceremony of the Turkish Physical Society 8th International Physics Congress on the Particle Accelerators and Applications hosted by Bodrum Municipality in Bodrum Herodot Cultural Center. Değerli hocalarımız ve sevgili öğrenciler, değerli basın mensupları, Bodrum Belediyesi ev sahipliğinde düzenlenen Bodrum Belediyesi Herodot Kültür Merkezi'nde gerçekleşen Türk Fizik Derneği 8. Uluslararası Parçacık Hızlandırıcıları ve Uygulamaları Kongresi açılışına hepiniz hoş geldiniz. I would like to invite you for a minute's silence and then to sing our national anthem for Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, founder of our republic and all the martyrs. Cumhuriyetimizin kurucusu Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk ve tüm şehitlerimiz için sizleri bir dakikalık saygı duruşu ve ardından İstiklal Marşımızı söylemeye davet ediyorum. As the organizing committee of the Congress, we are more than happy to welcome you all in here. Türk Fizik Derneği 8. Uluslararası Parçacık Hızlandırıcıları ve Uygulamaları Kongresi Düzenleme Kurulu olarak sizleri burada görmekten dolayı mutluluk duyarız. Now, I would like to welcome the President of the Scientific Committee of the Congress, Associate Professor Gökhan Ünal, to the stage to make his speech. Şimdi kongremizin bilim kurulu başkanı Sayın Doçent Doktor Gökhan Ünel'i konuşmasını yapmak üzere kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Teşekkür ederim. Dear all, thank you for coming here. Thank you for this gathering. I hope it will be a fruitful, convivial, nice conference. There are a number of students around. I hope you get to interact with them, create future collaborations. And also, Bodrum is a beautiful town. I hope you will have a chance to wander around a little bit and discover the town and its neighborhood. This is a conference after the global pandemic. Therefore, a great number of presentations will be on Zoom. I hope we won't have any technical difficulties and try to follow up. We'll do our best. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Dear guests, dear participants, welcome again to our Congress on particle accelerators and applications. I'm going to be chairing the first session of today, as I'm also the chair of the advisory board for the Congress. So let me first check with my friends if we have our first speaker online. Benimle ilgili giriş geçebiliriz. İlk sunumla ilgili bilgiyi açabiliriz. So our first speaker is Jörg Wenninger from, and we are expected to hear his talk on LHC status and plans for the high luminosity LHC. However, we're still checking if he's connected online, which seems not to be the case. So I ask for a couple of minutes of your patience. İsterseniz direkt Zoom görüntüsünü verelim ekrana. So I'd like to ask participants online from Zoom. Christian, are you able to hear me? Dr. Carly, are you able to hear me? Can you confirm? Biliyorum. I guess not. Yanis, good morning. So we seem to lack the first speakers of today's first session who were planned to address their talks online, but we see Yanis Semersidis online. Yanis, would you be able to deliver your talk with a change of ordering? Okay. By the way, I got a message from Christian. May I ask everyone, can you please make in Zoom that everyone can unmute themselves? No one can. Kendi seslerini açmalarına izin verebilir misiniz Zoom'dan? Management olarak. Arkadaşlar host olarak sesleri açmaya izin verelim lütfen.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, nice hearing you.
Okay.
Yes, technically, I think we resolved the problem of unmuting. And since I could not hear back from you, I was just referring to Yanis, but Christian.
No, it's fine for me. So if Yanis gives the talk, that's perfect. Then
okay.
I have some.
Would you be able to deliver your talk earlier because we don't have our first speakers yet connected online? Perfect. Then I think my friends will let you share your screen, or have you uploaded your slides on Indico?
I need to share my screen, and I don't have access to that.
Okay, I guess. All right, now, Yanis, you want to go first? You can go first?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Christian. So since Yanis was giving feedback earlier, I guess he would.
Perfectly fine for me.
Yeah, okay, thank you. There has been a traffic now.
Could I have access to
Share,
share
actually,
my
Yanis.
screen? Oh, I have it. Perfect. Okay. First of all, teşekkürler. Do you see the correct screen or the other one? Okay.
We see your slides, but not on a full.
This,
Yeah.
this
Okay.
one, right? Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, teşekkürler. Okay, this is. I learned that. It's a wonderful greeting. So the talk is about the proton electric dipole moment, and it regards high precision physics in storage rings for the best hadronic electric dipole moment experiment. Before I continue, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I love to be being in Istanbul, and but it didn't work out this time. So next time, perhaps. I also want to point out that at CAPP here in Korea, and before that, we worked with several Turkish colleagues, and I have to tell you, it's all about the people. And we have made such a huge, these people have made such a huge difference. All right, and what I'm trying to say is also physics is a supreme human activity that knows no borders and no boundaries. And we should all understand that and move forward to the next level. The center also played a significant role in the μg-2 experiment, and the storage ring EDM collaboration just finished the first comprehensive systematic error studies on the proton EDM experiment. This is a picture from with my friend and colleague, Professor Jenna Bosman from ITU. You see over here the dishes are turned over, but they were turned around very soon after the picture was taken, and we had a wonderful time. Absolutely amazing place. All right. With Jenna, we worked together since '94 on the SMC collaboration. This is the spin-muon collaboration. And we saved the NMR calibration for that experiment. Remember, we knew nothing about the NMR, all right, and just dove into it. I told her, Jenna, do you want to give it a try? He said, my friend, let's try. Okay, we just did it. And that attitude is served us well in doing even the μg-2 experiment, a lot of the things we uncovered in there. And now we want to work together again on the storage ring EDM experiment. Many of the issues are very similar, if not the same. This is, as a matter of fact, Çağlar Kutlu. It's my student from KAIST, and he used to be Jenab's student from ITU. What he did, he debugged and made the Josephson parametric amplifiers absolutely amazing work, so that we have the best JPAs in the world right now. And why is this important? Just to show you, without him, this wouldn't happen. Okay, there is a certain attitude that people need to show, to go into the unknown and be faced with failure many times. And I just love this kind of people when he just did it. All right. That effect, look at this axion coupling versus the axion mass. Above 1 gigahertz, it's very hard for several reasons to do that. In red is our contribution. And this is the latest contribution you see over here. This is the FSZ sensitivity. And it's only made possible because of that work. Just to see how a single person can make all the difference in the world. All right, and this is just the beginning, and we are going to move this all the way 1 to 8 gigahertz. We want to scan better than KSVZ sensitivity, bringing us to the top of our field internationally. On the accelerator-based precision physics research, we worked on the MUNG-2. We continued that work. And on the storage ring EDM, Seljuk. Now, he was with us. Now he's at Istinye. It's absolutely an amazing person. And he worked with On Kim and Zanipek Omar. He was essentially their mentor. Okay, I was their supervisor, but he was their mentor. And he did an absolutely amazing work with them. On the MUNG-2 experiment, there was an announcement last year that was that news reached 2.7 billion people, which is incredible, right? I mean, we are only 7 billion, and it was significant for many reasons. One of which is we don't know the result of the analysis until we open so-called box. And the offset was set by Fermilab people, but outside the collaboration. So you couldn't just pick and see what the real, the theory was or the previous result was. And the result is right on with the Brookhaven value. That's significant. Of course, the theory, there is still work going on there, but this is not the point of I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that the Fermilab number, this is statistical, since the statistical error, and you see it's better than 1 sigma even. This is, the agreement is staggering, right? That's the experimental average. And you see over here, that's the systematic error. The Fermilab systematic error is smaller, and it's going to be even smaller as time goes. The point is precision physics and storage rings started big time. Now, for those who like to interpret the result, this is what I just showed to you a moment ago. This is the standard model, so-called. But now we have another estimation of the theory on the hadronic correction that turns out it's closer to our number, experimental number. But we have to wait for this to settle down and understand where the theory stands. Okay, that's going to, it will take some time, but it will work out at the end. So to do the experiment, what we have done for this experiment, as a matter of fact, is one of the so-called took care of the coherent Betatron oscillations. And I'll tell you a little bit of the problem, and then I'll explain to you how we solve it. We inject longitudinally polarized muons, and this is a very uniform magnetic field. So it's the red. If you follow the red, this thing goes around and it hits the walls. So this is not a stable orbit because it would get lost after one turn. One turn takes 150 nanoseconds, so you have no experiment in a sense. So if around here, there are very fast magnets, we call them kickers, and in 150 nanoseconds, they pulse a magnetic field of about 200, 300 Gauss, and it has to go away after that immediately. You see the plates of that kicker. I mean, this is really an amazing piece of art. It's worth it deserves its own talk. I don't have time to give. But at Brookhaven and early on at Fermilab, it wasn't done perfectly, all right? That meant a little bit of that wobble is still there. That means the beam going around the ring breathes, all right? This in principle is not a big problem. But it turns out in storage rings, you get all sorts of aliasing, beatings of frequencies and so on. If you're sitting on the muon, you don't know you're doing that, moving around. But if you are in one of those detectors over here, you're always in the same place. So you look at it and there is a slow motion, very, very, very slow. And that hurt us at the end because it turned out very fast frequency, 6.6 megahertz, moved down, cascaded down to near the G-2 frequency. Okay, the beam looks like that on the cross section. So it moves, the center of the beam moves like that, and it's about peak to peak, let's say 2 centimeters, 20 millimeters. All right, and that's the width. And this is real data. It's taken by the traceback, the tracker that looks at the decay electrons, and then we see where the muons, where the electrons, the decay electrons come from. Okay, why is this a problem? In general, it's not a problem. As I said, it's very fast frequency, but it cascades down, as I said, and we saw that. We fitted the residuals of the 5-parameter function, and we found this is the G-2 frequency. This is where it's sitting. And then you have FCBO minus G-2. So it's sitting right there. It's a bit of frequencies and so on. And that is problematic. And how much of a problem is? Well, it's serious. It's serious business. Okay. So what do you do with this? By the way, Professor Janet Osborne worked with me. We worked together on this to find everything about the CBO because it was a surprise to us when we saw it, and then we had to solve it. Again, we didn't know anything about these things and just dove into it and did it. All right. Yuri Orlov also suggested to fix it by putting a pair of plates and kicking it to the right time. It took a while to convince the collaboration that this was a safe thing to do. And it worked at the end. This is where On Kim and Selchuk and so on did it. We use early times. We take data after 30 microseconds. And so we use this time to bring down that coherent petatron oscillations beautifully by an order of magnitude. And we also reduce the muon losses by a factor of 5. So there you go. We have now another set of data, the round 5, the last one, and that shows that with entirely much better systematic errors. Well, we also had data with large CBO, and so we had to do something about it. And how do you deal with that? Yuri Orlov said, this is not a real resonance. Remember, this is an observational one. And you could, by analyzing it differently, you can get rid of it. You know, many times Yuri Orlov had ideas that I said, maybe I could have had those ideas. But this one, it was so much outside that he could see much more than I could see. All right. And Yuri Orlov he had such a great vision that he could see the experiment, all the systematic error sources and so on. So you love to be around smart, good people like him. And well, we used his troposcopic method. He suggested that. I didn't understand it when he first suggested it, but I did it anyway. And after a while, I did understand it. But over here, that was, I did this at Brookhaven, it worked. When the number turned out to be the same, the average, then the spokesman agreed to publish the experimental number. The same happened over here on Kim this time. On Kim he shows here simulations. If you don't do anything, this is what you get. The calorimeter sees a lot of pool. But then if you use it to analyze it in a different way, without changing the data, just looking at it in a different way, you get an oscillation that's 10 times smaller, all right? And the systematic error is much, much smaller, all right? And when our results are checked out using this method, we know that our CBO models are correct. Electric dipole moments, why are those interesting? Okay, I'm going to show you this, this graph because I've seen this many times done the wrong way. And try to understand what I'm saying over here. It has to do with the interaction, the Hamiltonian. And and the main point is the following: the electric dipole moment generated by the spin of the particle, okay? Not just an electric dipole moment. You can have a battery, that's fine. But the spin, if the spin generates the EDM, then that would violate T and P symmetries, time reversal and parity. Otherwise, it's not a problem at all. And people show different graphs that are trivial and it's just, they are just wrong. All right, the time, the electric field remains the same direction, the magnetic field turns around, okay? And also the spin because pseudo vector. And that pulls the EDM together. That's the problem, okay? This is changes direction. So this doesn't, and you have a problem suddenly. Parity is the other way around. And you have the magnetic field is pseudovector, spin is pseudovector, it's fine, no problem. The electric field this time changes flip sign, and that's a problem. Now you have, for non-zero EDM, the energy changes, and that's illegal, okay? That's the reason we say T and P symmetries are violated. So we published a lot of white papers on EDMs, and the reason why all these different systems, well, the reason is different systems have different sensitivities on electric dipole moments. Look at the energy scale. And for 10 to the minus 29 electron centimeters, this is what we are looking at. And depending on the system, it could be the sensitivity to new scale could be less. So you need to have a combination of different systems to understand what you're doing. And the combination really will serve us well, right? This is on the proton EDM, and just to say on the side that a large fraction of the storage ring EDM collaboration is has mu and G minus 2 experience. The reason we do that like QCD, that's part of the standard model. You can have SUSY-like, supersymmetric-like CP violating sources beyond the standard model. And so you need to combine all the different systems to be able to have a chance to understand what you measured, to make sense of what you measured. All right, I won't go into detail just to show you that this is really powerful. Theta QCD, proton and neutron, they would have opposite sign. The deuteron is to first order is the sum of the two, so it would go almost to zero, but because of the T-odd nuclear forces, there's still some contribution. So you would know, is it coming from theta QCD or the quark gluon EDMs and so on? All right, beautiful, beautiful combination. Marciano can explain this much better than I do, of course. All right, this is the suggested timeline that we would have. This is the neutron, okay? And then this is the indirect proton from the mercury EDM, and this is what we suggest we go to, okay? This is what we suggested, and so on. You can also do, by the way, dark matter and dark energy, but dark matter is a really beautiful, beautiful physics. And it also, this thing you see over here, this is axion-like particles that could be the dark matter. And over here, not many experiments have access to, and this experiment would have access over there, which is also very good. In general, I won't explain this again, but there are many EDM proposals. This is for the muon, statistics limited mainly, and the fact that it decays. That's a problem. Then we have the neutron EDM. You see, this is going very well, and so on and so forth. For the proton, we suggest that we get the first results over here. This is the proton, the deuteron, helium-3. Okay, and the electron, of course, is marching along after the major breakthrough they had. And they expect to get a 10 to the minus 30 within a few years, which is nice. How is the storage ring EDM done? Well, you need to freeze the spin. You align it with the momentum vector. And then the radial electric field just takes the spin, presses the spin out of the plane. All right, and then how do you monitor it with a polarimeter? Okay, that's the principle. That's it. Why is this important? Well, for two reasons. You can have a primary source polarized, all right, that's high intensity with a great phase space, but also high intensity, absolutely very high intensity, and they can live for a long time. Neutrons decay about 950 seconds, but the protons live a long time. So that's effectively or potentially you can have a very long spin coherence time. The physics of it, theta QCD, natural ways over here. This is the limit that's coming from the neutron EDM. And it's the reason we think the axions could be the dark matter. Okay, that's the thing. And this would be the projected proton EDM sensitivity. The standard model does provide about 10 to the minus 31 electron centimeters. Okay, this is a major thing. The axion people are looking at this and they like it. Sensitive to new physics from 10 to 1,000 TeV, as you saw before, depending on the source. And baryogenesis, that is, we can explain the matter-antimatter asymmetry. If we find this at that level or above, that would be nice to know why we are here. And this is the other thing. The Higgs could be also providing the asymmetry we need for the matter-antimatter asymmetry to provide the solution, the source of the CP violation for it. And this would be the best sensitivity experiment. At LHC, they cannot do 10 to the minus 4. It's just not even close. Okay, you see all of that. I won't go into detail. This is from On Kim's talk at the Snowmass, but the point is you can have, you can store for a long time the particles, but the big thing is you need to understand and control the systematic uncertainties, and that's everything. It truly is. All right, how is this possible even to do? I mean, this idea came out of the mu-G-2 experiment. We wrote a paper in 2004. We said, okay, we can have a magic and lock the spin precession with a momentum precession, and that would work just fine. All right, and we can do that. This idea, by the way, the original magic idea came from CERN during the mu-G-2 experiment at CERN, okay? The reason for that is you want to have as uniform magnetic field as possible, and to focus the beam, you need to have inhomogeneous fields. You cannot do this with magnetic fields because it's a problem. I mean, you would need to know where the muons are down to a micron. That's not possible. So what do you need to do? You apply an electric field, electric focusing, you can have it in homogeneous, that's fine. At the magic momentum, it doesn't matter what the electric field is. If you make this zero, you're good, okay? And that concept served as, well, the systematic error budget improved by a factor of 1,000, 10 to the 3 orders of magnitude, because of the idea, an idea like this. All right. The lattice that I'm talking about over here is very symmetric, is hybrid. All the parameters have been fine-tuned by Val, Lebedev, and checked. All right, and it turns out we have a low risk for the electric field and strong focusing, both horizontally and vertically. The statistics is there to produce what we need. This is very analytically, and you can see there the estimations both with Monte Carlo and analytically as well. But it's all about systematic errors, all right? I mean, just to give you an idea how bad the systematic errors can be. For the neutron EDM, neutron and proton is very similar in that regard. The neutron EDM, 10 to the minus 26 electron centimeters. All right, you need to control the magnetic fields to 2 femtotesla, 2 femtotesla. And look at this. This is real data, by the way. All right, you have the magnetic field moving around, and something snapped, and it moved it by 10 to the minus 10. Look at this. This is 5 orders of magnitude, just like that. All right. And the only reason they are not killed by this motion is because they use a mercury comagnetometer. Without that, it's just impossible to control it. All right. And we have studied this in many, many different ways, different lattices, and we concluded the best thing to do is to use the protons as its own comagnetometer by storing them at clockwise and counterclockwise in the same ring. All right. Of course, this is just the beginning because there are many obstacles one has to resolve. You apply the electric field. Everything is fine except the DC electric field, and then boom, it takes you huge orders of magnitude, 10 orders of magnitude above where you need to be. But if with clockwise and counterclockwise simultaneous storage, we can bring it down. We can solve that problem. I mean, without solving this problem, you're not serious about the storage ring EDM. I mean, it has to be solved. Then the magnetic field is not a problem because it's a hybrid ring. It shields its own. All right, this is ideally for ideal case. This, by the way, assumes a nanotesla magnetic field, and this is the N value, that is the harmonic, the azimuthal harmonic around the ring. It's not a problem. It's not a problem in the electric field either, except the DC, because then you are forcing the particle to see a radial magnetic field, and that will give you systematic error. The other thing that is we discovered was also another thing. You build a ring and you think it's flat, but it's a roller coaster. Well, not very exciting. 100 microns is still enough to cause you problems. And as we discovered with the original design, we found out that was the work of Omarov. Actually, he was doing that to solve a different problem. He put the polarization in the radial direction, and the vertical velocity is mostly sensitive to that, to the vertical velocity. All right, we had to do that to make the experiment sensitive to dark matter and dark energy. It was Peter Graham's idea. So he said, guys, you have to make this work. And I said, okay, Zanzibar, can you do anything about it? So what he did is he moved one quadrupole at a time, and he observed what he was getting. And it wasn't working anyway. Look at this. I mean, it wasn't happening. Occasionally, he was getting 0. I mean, and then he realized that special quads are the symmetric point quads. So he said, you know, I can make all of them special. And that's what he did. And since then, we can have a simulation without things going haywire. I mean, it's unbelievable. This study, how it completely changed the thing. It's not that he made the experiment simple. There's no simple experiment. But we could see that we could handle now the systematic error sources because we can point to real problems. All right. Here he shuffled the quads around. He sees, and then he uses the symmetries, and he gets all of them to be below the sensitivity. Okay. This is 10 to the minus 9 radians per second. And this is the beam separation. So we use that to check the stray magnetic fields. All right, just to show you the conceptual breakthroughs against systematic error sources, clockwise versus counterclockwise, hybrid lattice, highly symmetric, positive and negative helicity, and finally the flatness of the ring. Okay, we want it to be better than 100 microns, and we apply spin-based alignment. I'll talk a little bit about that. That's a new method of getting rid of background magnetic and electric fields. So I talked about this, all right, and then swap the magnet currents at regular intervals, observe and record the horizontal spin precession rate, and use it to correct for background signals. He did this as well. On the other side, we also apply spin-based alignment. Okay, we vary one of the parameters to tune out the other until one observes the 0 slope, and I'll show you what I mean by that. It can be applied to both parameters to actually reduce both of them. Okay, you make one intentionally large, and you reduce the other. It's beautiful, beautiful concept. Okay. The challenge is to come up with all the possible combinations. You have to think in an innovative way, how can you get into trouble? And I'll tell you, nature is much smarter than us, and it will always be something there. All right, and you have to have a good team to look into it, to see where are the sources. All right, this is a general study by Omarov. The radial magnetic field becomes a problem only when there is electric focusing in the lattice. What you see here is the radial magnetic field versus electric focusing. Okay, if the electric focusing is 0, it's not a problem. You can have a lot more radial magnetic field. Okay, that's the whole point about that. This is some number, it doesn't matter. This 10 to the minus 3, you have to have a really good radial magnetic field on average. But if it is 10 to the minus 7, a nanotesla is good enough. Okay, that's where you want to be on the black thing. Okay, and the spec is to have for when we run 1 nanotesla to store beam. We want to have less than 100 nanotesla everywhere. And this is the spin-based alignment, what Omar suggested. So we vary the radial magnetic field intentionally because we'll have currents everywhere around the ring, wires to intentionally put radial magnetic fields. And then we'll vary the radial magnetic field, we'll get a slope. And the whole idea is to reduce the focusing, the electric focusing around the ring so that this slope turns around to be 0. Okay, that's it, because the EDM signal does not depend on the value of the radial magnetic field. And we will tune out the electric field focusing until this goes to 0 for all the harmonics, by the way. Similarly, we can turn around the problem by applying a large electric focusing to tune out all the radial magnetic field harmonics. So no need to develop or test new technology. This is, we believe we can do that with present technology. Self-shielding, pretty much. Hybrid symmetric options are simple. Okay, we can do this. Spin coherence time beautifully, all right. And after the protons are the dipole magnetic field in bending sections to do. This actually can also do protons. And so you cross-check yourself because you've done the protons with simpler systematics. And then you cross-check the systematics, which is the best way to cross-check that concept, adding the magnetic field, because it's harder, in my opinion. And then you can do deuterons, helium-3. Helium-3 is like having a neutron, all right? And also you can do muons with higher energy, which is better because they would live longer and you can have better sensitivity. Okay, these are the risk factors. What we have over here, electric field plate shape, it's medium, all right, or beam position, monitors, medium. It's nothing that we see, it's to build the ring. We believe it will work. And after 6 months of running, we'll do the systematic error studies that we need to have. All right. This is the idea to go into this AGS. It's about 800 meters, a little over that. The maximum field is 4.5 megavolts per meter. There's plenty of room. I have this picture just to show there's plenty of room over here to put the ring one by one. They used to make the rings much bigger, the tunnels much bigger than now. Okay, I showed you this. Ring construction, 3 to 5 years, storage 2 to 3 years to first publication. All right. And let me finish that it's all about people, all right? And I want to say I feel honored that I work with my Turkish colleagues, and they have made world-class contribution to world-class physics. And I'm very proud to call them my colleagues. We have received encouragement, by the way, from the SNOMAS to write a technically advanced report for an experiment at the AGS. SNOMAS is a process in the US based on the community support and encouragement and so on. The first time, this is the first time they understand, high energy physics understands that the electric dipole moments are actually very important. And to those electric dipole moments, they can show the next level where the new physics is, all right? And this program is it's just $100 million. It's much cheaper than building a super LHC. Okay, I'm not against building a super LHC, obviously. What I'm saying is it will be much more motivated if we find a non-zero EDM, and then you'll see that we will build the super LHC much faster. Okay, and let me finish with saying this, that funding is a necessary condition, but alone is not sufficient to arrive at this level. All right, what we have done is we invested in human capacity for innovation and ability to do the impossible possible by hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanis. Actually, there has been some technical problems at the beginning, so I did not have the chance to introduce you, which is actually not at all necessary. Though we thank Yanis Semersidis from Korea, from Institute of Basic Sciences, and it was great to hear about the perspectives of the proton EDM. Now I would like to ask questions on Zoom or in room, if any. First, checking whether there are any questions online. Seems not. So in room, we have a question.
So Yanis, thanks a lot for the great talk. What I wonder is how you switch from this regular ring to this symmetric ring. You showed like some special quadrupoles. What were they? They were like skew, or they were like the twin quadrupoles?
Right. The quadrupoles, the magnetic quadrupoles, are current carrying quadrupoles. We like to have those. And actually my colleagues, Jenna Osborne and Seljuk, they are experts at that. Especially Seljuk is actually he designed. He knows all about this. The specs of those. So they want to take on the design of those quadrupoles to be used in this experiment. You need to get rid of sextupoles and high order parameters, and we need to set the specs and then find out how much they can cost and being built and so on. Those are magnetic quadrupoles, 40 centimeters long, but done with currents. And the magnetic field they need to produce is 0.2 Tesla per meter. So for something like it's 4 by 4 centimeter aperture. I hope I answered your question, and I didn't know.
As far as I understand, I'm like more accelerator physicist. So what you did is like getting rid of higher order terms of the quadrupole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It has to be clean. You need to find a way to clean up the multiples. And from G-2 experiment, we have experience. All right. Now we want to apply this. This is Zaniberg-Omarov's spin-based alignment by looking at high orders, a product of background fields. And we want to study this more with high precision simulations, more and more on that to set the specs. How well do we need to have clean harmonics and such?
Thanks.
Any further questions or comments, either on Zoom or in room? Seems no. One last. Okay, one question though. You mentioned about the investment on person power, Yanis. what's the current size, the volume of personnel, people, physicists, students working in this preparation of the experiment?
This is a tough question because this changes, and I'm in the middle of changing guards and so on. And
Okay.
I love the young people and Seljuk to you, so I need to change that. I think since we have the encouragement, that means Brookhaven is putting real money into that. So they are taking more active role. And Brookhaven staff and students there now are picking up the ball. All right. You see, this is storage ring EDM, Proton EDM collaboration, a lot of people. And these are different university people and so on. And they bring in students. The more success we have, endorsements and stuff, the more resources they will be able to put in. You know, I've been in Korea for almost 10 years. I think I'm looking to return home, yeah, at some point. And so Brookhaven is picking up the ball now. I mean, a lot of staff people are working on that already.
Mhm.
And maybe of the order of 10 people. It's not small.
Thank you, Yanis. So we thank our speaker once again. And we move on with our second talk in this morning's session. Actually, we were expected to start with Jörg and continue with Frank. However, due to some technical or communication problems, we weren't able to reach for Frank and Jörg. Now I've just been told that Frank would have to leave some time later. So I would wonder if Jörg, if it's okay for you, could we go ahead with Frank now? Normally it would be the time for him as well.
Yes, we can swap if you want. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So Frank, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, also thank you, Jörg. Actually, I would like also to listen to Jörg's talk, but I try to stay. But I need to bring my daughter to the doctor afterwards. So let's see how long I can stay.
Can you please check if you're able to share your slides?
I will share. The host has disabled screen sharing. Can you enable it?
Okay. Paylaşımı tamamen herkes açabiliyor muyuz arkadaşlar? Şu andaki konuşmacı Frank Zimmerman. Onu co-host yapabilirsiniz eğer daha kolaysa.
It's still not active.
They're going to make you co-host so that you can do it, but just a second.
Günaydın. I'm happy to be here.
Günaydın to you too. Yapabiliyor muyuz şu anda aktarımı? Açabilir mi arkadaşlar? Bir dakika. Can you try again if it's okay or not, Frank?
I get an error message. No, I don't know if I need to restart Zoom, but probably not, no?
No. Yanis'ten co-hostluğu Frank'ı alabiliriz ya da yeni bir co-host olarak Yanis yerine Frank'i lütfen atayabiliriz.
Indeed, I see only Yanis and the Physics Congress.
Yes. Currently I'm not the admin for Zoom, so I'm not able to adjust right now, but my colleagues up in the Reggio room are.
Oh, now it works. Sorry, now it works. Very good.
Now it's okay. Perfect. So we will hear from Frank Zimmerman of CERN
Oh, wait.
on the Future Circle Collider. Please go ahead, Frank.
Okay, so this talk gives an update on the plans for the Future Circular Collider with the emphasis on the first stage, which is the FCCE. On behalf of the collaboration, so I thank in particular our Turkish colleagues and our study leader, and this nice photograph is from the following speaker, Jörg. Okay, the FCC integrated program is of course inspired by the previous programs of the successful lab LHC sequence. So in a similar way, the FCC program consists of two stages. The first stage is the E+E- machine, FCCE, which should operate at least at 4 different energies as a high luminosity Higgs factory and electroweak and top factory. And then this should be followed in a second stage by a 100 TeV hadron collider, which would be the natural continuation at the energy frontier. And this also includes ion collisions, as in the case of the LHC, and there's also a lepton-hadron collision optics. The FCCE and HH have complementary physics, and in particular, they share a common civil engineering and technical infrastructure, and they are connected to the existing CERN complex. The FCC integrated project would allow seamless continuation of the high energy physics after completion of the HLHC. You can see here, I don't know, a sketch of the footprint of the two machines and possible timescale. FCCEE could start operation in the late second half of the 2040s, and HH probably would start around the year 2070. And the collider fits nicely between the Jura on one side and the Alps on the other side in the Lake Geneva basin. There's a similar study underway in China. There are a similar two-stage project with a 100-kilometer large machine, which is called CEPC for the E+E- part, and then SPPC for the hadron collider that would be installed afterwards. And they actually, at the moment, they have a more aggressive timeline. They expect, they hope to have first physics about 10 years earlier and start with their CEPC physics around 2035. This is a technical timeline of our study, FCC. It's a 70-year program. So we are among the first 10 years of the 70-year program. At the moment, we are executing the so-called feasibility study. And then there will be afterwards a new European strategy update. And then we have more than 10 years for implementation and construction, and then 15 years for the FCC physics operation, followed by about a 10-year stop to install to disassemble the electron machine and to install the hadron collider. So these timelines here were given by the Fabiola. And the R&D for the lepton, the R&D for the lepton collider is mainly focusing on sustainability, lowering the costs and securing the performance. While for the hadron collider, we need to develop the superconducting magnets, which we need to reach the field required and also make them affordable. And this requires still some decades of R&D and prototype production. So this timeline fits very well, also technology-wise, to the two projects. In a nutshell, here a few more details on the FCC. As I said, it's a high luminosity study. We have a very high luminosity expected to 10 to the 36 inverse centimeters squared inverse second per IP at the Z. If we had 4 IPs, that would be almost 10 to the 37 inverse centimeters squared second total. And then at the at the Higgs, we have about 7 10 to the 34. This is for the H production. And then at the TT bar threshold, still more than 10 to the 30 for luminosity per IP. In addition, thanks to resonant depolarization, we have unprecedented energy resolution at the Z. We expect to measure the center of mass energy better than 100 keV, and at the W with a precision better than 300 keV. The FCCE is a low-risk technical solution based on 60 years of E+E minus circular colliders and particle detectors. We are performing R&D on components for improved performance, but there is no need for demonstration facilities. Indeed, there were a lot of facilities which we consider as demonstrators: Lab2, Web4M, PEP2, KEKB, Daphne. And then at the moment there's Super KEKB, and they already used and tested and routinely operated with many of the key ingredients that make the FCCE get the design performance. The infrastructure will support a century of physics. There's FCCE, then FCCHH, and then we could have FCCEH, or several other options to upgrade the facilities. There could be an FCC-based muon collider, could be gamma factory, etc. Utility requirements are similar to CERN existing use, and there's strong support from CERN, from the partners, and from the 2020 European strategy update of the European strategy for particle physics. At the moment, we do detailed multi-domain feasibility study to provide input for the next update of the European strategy, which is expected in 26-27. These are the parameters for 4 different modes of operation. I don't need to go through all of them, just to say that we keep the synchronization power constant at 50 megawatt per beam, and this is achieved by changing the beam current from about 1.5 ampere at the Z to about 5 milliamps at the TT bar. And the beam current is mostly changed by varying the number of bunches. At the Z we have about 10,000 bunches, and at the TT bar about 40 bunches. The bunch intensity is more or less constant, around 2×10⁻11 electrons or positrons per bunch. The RF voltage is very low at the Z. We need only 120 megavolt because energy loss per turn is very low, but this increases for the TT bar, and there we have about between 11 and 12 gigavolt RF voltage with 2 different systems, as indicated here, 400 and 800 megahertz RF systems. We have radiation damping at the Z. It's about 1,000 turns longitudinal damping time, and at the TT bar this shrinks to 20 turns, very strong damping at the TT bar. We have very rather small beta function vertically of about 1 millimeter for FCCE, along with a small geometrical emittance. This leads to RMS spot size at the collision point around 50 nanometer. And then total integral luminosity per year is also indicated, can be, this is for 4 IPs, it's almost 100 inverse autobahn per year in total. And the beam lifetime is limited by radiative Barber scattering and by Beamstrahlung due to limited energy acceptance at the highest energies, and it's of the order of between 10 and 20 minutes. Okay, here's a close-up zoom of the present layout. We have now a circumference of 91.9 kilometers. We have 8 straight sections with 8 associated surface sites. 4 of them could host experiments, point A, D, G, and J. The straight sections have a length of 1.4 kilometer, which is enough to host experiments for both the lepton and for the hadron collider. And then in between, we have somewhat longer straight sections with a length of 2.16 kilometer, which are used to host the technical systems. So in 2 of these straights, in case of the lepton collider, we will accommodate RF systems. In another straight, we have the injection and the beam dumping system. And in the last one, we could install Betatron and momentum collimation. There is a booster ring in the same tunnel because we have a full energy injection, and we do top-up injection to keep the beam currents approximately constant. So we need at least 1 transfer line from the surface into the tunnel, which could be one of the transfer lines also used for the hadron collider. Other noteworthy feature is that we have an asymmetric IR layout and optics. So we have very little bending for the incoming beam and strong bending after the collision for the outgoing beam. And this is to limit the synchronization emitted towards the detector. And at the same time, this creates the large crossing angles that we need for the Krebs collision scheme. And this new layout has a perfect 4-fold superperiodicity, which is needed to be able to run with either 2 or 4 collision points. There is a physics case for 4 collision points. This is summarized on this slide. There could be 4 different detectors to optimally address 4 different physics areas. There could be 1 detector optimized for the Higgs factory program, 1 detector optimized for ultra-precise electroweak and QCD physics, another detector optimized for heavy flavor physics, and a 4th detector optimized for the search for feebly coupled particles. So this is somehow detailed in this slide from Bogensdam here in the bottom right corner. You can see listed requirements for the different types of physics searches. Then for the Hadron Collider, it is also foreseen to have 4 experiments, very similar to the LHC, to have 2 high luminosity general purpose experiments and 2 specialized experiments. So evidently the EE and HH would share the same 4 experimental caverns in case we choose 4 detectors for the EE. Concerning R&D, here's some R&D examples for the accelerator. We are working on efficient RF power sources, so frequency range of 400 to 800 megahertz is of interest. There are ideas and prototypes for more efficient klystrons. We also need high power fundamental and HOM couplers. We need a cryo module design, and we are working on thin film coatings. The baseline for 400 megahertz is niobium on copper, but other coatings are conceivable, for example, niobium-3 tin on copper, etc. We need efficient high Q cavities, single cell for the Z, and for the higher energy operation with 2 cell, 4 cell, or 5 cell cavities. For 800 megahertz operation, that is for the TT bar, bulk niobium cavities are considered. A prototype 5 cell cavity was built with the help of JLab, and it reached the required performance. For the arcs, most of the machine is occupied by arcs. So we need efficient magnets, so energy efficient twin aperture arc dipoles have been proposed and prototype has been built. And also we have a twin aperture arc quadrupole. Under study is an innovative idea from Mario Corazzino to use the HTS canted cosine theta HTS magnets to make quadrupole hexapole combinations at every short ray section in the arcs. This is under development in collaboration with the Paul Scherrer Institute in Switzerland. What else? We have another very large collaboration with PSI, which is an injector design of the pre-injector for FCCE. And one particular aspect is a novel positron source, which would use an HTS solenoid as an adiabatic matching device. So this prototype is being designed and constructed, and this should be tested together with the first part of the capture Linux. This should be tested at the SwissFEL with beam energies from between half a GeV up to 6 GeV in single pulse operation. Around 2024, 25, we could have measurements of the positron yield and compare this with simulations. The latest FCCEE pre-injector layout is shown here at the bottom. We have a common LINAC for electrons and positrons, except from 1.5 GeV to 6 GeV. And then a 6 GeV electron beam, some electron bands are used to produce positrons, which go through a damping ring and are then fed back into the same LINAC. Other electrons and the positrons are either sent to a pre-booster or they are further excited in a high energy LINAC, which could be up to 16 or 20 GeV. So we need to optimize the location with respect to the CERN site and FCC location and also the transfer lines. We plan to build 2 mock-ups. One is an arc half-cell mock-up, which would be an arc half-cell or part of an arc half-cell. This is the most recurrent assembly of the mechanical hardware in the accelerator. We need about 1,500 similar photo cells. And the mock-up should lead to a functional prototype and then to pre-series and series production. And this mock-up would allow optimizing and testing fabrication, integration, installation, assembly, transport, and maintenance. And we would aim perhaps not to work with the final structures, but with structures of equivalent volumes, weights, and stiffness. Here's a sketch of such a mock-up, including girder, survey and alignment system, vacuum system, etc. In parallel, we think it would be nice to have a mock-up of the IR region. In the step 1, that would be the central IP chamber, which could be constructed from Albimet, including internal cooling system, and then this steel transition towards the white chamber and the separation into separate beamlines, bellows, and welding. And then this could be extended in a second step to include a final quadruple cryostat, remote vacuum connection, etc. And then cryostat support vibration and alignment sensors, etc. So this arc half cell mockup will be built at CERN. We hope that this IR mockup could be constructed in Frascati, either in Frascati or in an ANSI. Now, Super KEKB is an important machine because it tests, it's an operating collider with very similar parameters, even more challenging parameters than FCCE. For example, the design beta function is 0.3 millimeter, which is even 3 times smaller than the FCC beta function. Design lifetime is 5 minutes, which is also more challenging than for FCCE. This shows you the total integral luminosity of Super KEKB over the past 3 years. And you can see steady increases, and you can also see that more than half of the time the machine was shut down, and also now they are in a very long shutdown, which will last at least 14 months, if not 17 months, because they do some upgrade on the detector, but basically they have no money to operate the machine. Anyway, just before being shut down, they achieved a new world record luminosity of 4.7 × 10⁻34 on the 22nd of June. The last day of operation. They have been operating with 1 millimeter beta star routinely, and they have also demonstrated 0.8 millimeter in both rings. And they since 2 years, they run with a virtual Krebs collision scheme originally developed for FCC. And there are also a lot of successes, which are listed here on the right side. They have 4 times the PEP2 peak luminosity with much lower beam current. So the concepts, the underlying concepts seem to work, but there's still a long way to go to reach the design performance. Now I come back to the FCC. We have optimized the placement and layout over the last couple of years. And towards the end of last year, we have frozen a new baseline layout, which is called PA31, which has a set 91.1 kilometer circumference. And the sum of the arc lengths 77 kilometer. We have 8 sites and less use of land. In the CDR, we had 12 sites. With the 8 sites, we use less than 40 hectare surface sites instead of 62 hectare previously. We have now the possibility of 4 experimental sites. All sites are close to road infrastructures. We need less than 5 kilometers of new road constructions for all the sites together. The machine is in the vicinity of several sites to 400 kilovolt grid lines, and there is a good road connection of several points, PD, PFPG, PH, which suggests a second pole around the Annecy lab here close to the southern limit of the collider. This is a cross-section, so-called long section of the collider, with the present layout, where you can see how the tunnel goes underneath the Lake of Geneva. The lake is relatively shallow, so there's more than 100 meter depths underneath the lake up to the tunnel. And you see the depths of different access shafts. So the deepest access shaft is here at point F, is about 400 meters, but most access shafts are of the order of 200 meters in depth. And importantly, most of the collider is in the molasse region, which is ideal for tunnel boring machines. The only exception is a limestone between G and H, which is unavoidable, but all the rest is expected to be in the molasse. So now the next stage is a high-risk area site investigation. So several high-risk areas have been identified, here marked with these dotted lines. So actually it's occupying significant fraction of the overall circumference. So for example, the lake region, the Rhone, the Jura, and then here the Arve-Born, Mandalas, and Vuache. So we plan site investigations and test drillings, 40 to 50 test drillings in the years 2024 and 25 to validate or modify and correct our geological model. Now I come to sustainability and carbon footprint studies. This is quite important nowadays, given the change of temperature and emphasis of energy saving. So first of all, by design, the FCC is a highly sustainable Higgs factory. This left upper plot shows a comparison of luminosity per input power with different other proposals. So from the Z up to the TT bar, the circular machine is the most energy efficient machine by far in terms of number of Higgs or number of Z bosons as a function of input energy. We have updated estimates of the FCC annual energy consumption. This was done by Jean-Paul Bernet at the FCC week. You can see here is detailed breakdown. So including the CERN side power and also assuming a fixed target physics operation from the SPS North area, the total energy consumption per year is of the order of 2 terawatt-hour, which is not extremely different from what it is in the HLHC era. The machine will be powered by a mix of renewable and other carbon-free sources, and we are very lucky because France and Switzerland already are countries with about the lowest electricity carbon content in the world. As you can see here in this graph, only Norway and Sweden do better than France and Switzerland. So electricity production is already more than 90% carbon-free, and probably it will be 100% carbon-free at the time we operate the collider. We are also concerned about the optimum use of the excavation material. There is an international competition mining the future, and I guess the winners will be selected and announced soon. A recent analysis was done by Patrick Janot and Alain Blondel. Actually, I have here an Indigo link to a presentation, but they also recently published, maybe last week, they published the analysis on arXiv. And this compared the FCCE with other Higgs factories in terms of electricity carbon footprint. And the final table is shown here. FCCE produces in the analysis about 0.14 ton CO2 per Higgs with the 4 IPs, or 0.24 with 2 IPs. And this is at least an order of magnitude, if not almost 2 orders of magnitude better than for other advanced Higgs factory proposals, linear colliders or C-cube, or even CEPC is doing much worse. Now there could be future upgrades and uses. We have 15 years of standard operation planned. And you know, FCC is not only Higgs, but also a ZNW factory. And we have the TT bar upgrade, which costs about 1 billion Swiss francs. But in addition, there is the optional direct S-channel Higgs production at 125 GeV. So E plus, E minus to Higgs directly. And in order to get a decent rate and a good signal to background ratio, we need monochromatized collisions, which could be done by introducing dispersion, anti-symmetric dispersion at the collision point, or in some other ways, for example, by chromatic phase shifts, etc. You already know that the infrastructure is shared with the Hadron Collider. This is another staging, and then there are numerous other possibilities. So here's a very complex scheme to combine FCC and FCCHH infrastructure with a gamma factory to produce positrons, and then use a positron annihilation using the Italian lemma scheme in a sending the positrons along plasma target to produce muons, and then accelerate them and collide them perhaps in one of the FCC hadron rings. So in the long term, there could be ways to convert this facility into a 100 TeV muon collider, but probably not before the next century. Concerning the stage 2 FCCHH, we need to develop the magnets. This slide here describes the high field magnet development program. Horizontal axis is the field, and the vertical axis is total magnet length on a logarithmic scale. And the goal of this magnet program is at the moment to develop robust niobium-3 tin. This is needed for the HLHC with fields of 11, order of 11 Tesla, 11 to 12 Tesla. And then another step, next step would be to develop significant amounts of niobium-3 tin magnets with a field of 15 or 16 Tesla. This is here planned for the time 27 to 34. 16 Tesla magnets were assumed in the FCCHH CDR. Another thrust of the research is to develop HTS magnets with a potentially higher field and especially higher temperature. I think that would be quite important to follow this path, because it might allow us to increase the magnet temperature. And if we can increase the magnet temperature, we can also increase the beam screen temperature, and we could easily save up to 200 megawatt of cryo power if we could go to higher magnet temperatures. So already from this, in this aspect, it would be very interesting to develop high temperature superconductor magnets. Okay, now a bit more to our organization. In the 2018, early 19, we published the conceptual design reports, 4 volumes as listed here. And there were 1,350 contributors, slightly more than 1,350, and 41 were from Turkey, and they came from 19 institutes in Turkey. Then we have the European strategy update. Perhaps that will be addressed later by Mike as well. Among high priority future initiatives, the strategy noted that electron positron Higgs factor is the highest priority next collider. And for the longer term, the European Particle Physics Committee has the ambition to operate a proton-proton collider as the highest achievable energies. So R&D effort is needed on high field magnets, including high temperature superconductors, etc. And Europe should investigate the technical and financial feasibility of a future hadron collider with an electron positron Higgs and electron weak factor as a possible first stage. And this should be completed on the timescale of the next strategy update. And that's why we have launched, the CERN Council has launched the feasibility study in the summer of 21. And there are these two council documents related to the feasibility study. One document describes the organizational structure, and the other document describes main deliverables and timelines for the feasibility study. And of course, this will be an important input for the next strategy update. And FCC feasibility study is organized as an international collaboration, and we hope it will profit, we expect it will profit from CERN's decade-long experience with successful large international projects, such as LHC and HLHC, and the associated global experiments like ATLAS and CMS. Here's an example study which is underway. Here's a possible project cost and profile. The project cost was estimated in the CDR as about 11 billion Swiss francs for the first stage tunnel, technical infrastructure, and lepton collider. This will be updated for 2025, but here's a possible spending profile for FCCE, where you can see construction start in 32, going on over almost 10 years, and then followed by installation of technical infrastructure and accelerator and equipment, and allowing the first physics in the second half of the 2040s. The global collaboration has about 150 institutes as members and 30 companies, and all of this from 34 countries, plus the support of the European Commission. Here you can see the distribution. And actually, we are updating. When we started the feasibility study, there's a new memorandum of understanding, and we have updated the previous members. And this is still a process that is ongoing, because the existing members who like to continue, they should sign this new version of the memorandum of understanding. Now, Turkey is one of the strongest members in terms of number of institutes of the collaboration. We have 15 or 16 institutes from Turkey listed here on the right and illustrated here, mostly around Istanbul, Izmir, and the Ankara region, but also on the Black Sea and the Antalya and somewhere in the middle. So the Turkish community has organized several dedicated workshops. There was a dedicated FCC workshop in Istanbul 2016, and there was another one in Antalya 2019 with beautiful posters. And here are some photos of the participants. And I assume this will continue in the future. This was a very, very successful event with more than 100 participants each from the Turkish groups. There are a lot of papers. Actually, this is not completely up to date because I didn't have much time, but you see there are more than 30 physics papers published, several PhD theses on the accelerator and on the physics, and also a large number of master theses. And then I have a few examples of studies. There's since quite a number of years a study of electron cloud build-up done by Fatih Yaman as the Izmir Institute of Technology. He uses the code PyECloud, the latest code from CERN, and also commercial code CST Particle Studio. Here's some illustration. He considers different models for the secondary emission yield. One is called the eCloud model from the former eCloud code, and the other is a Fuhrmann PV secondary emission yield model. So one of the focus of the study is to determine which secondary emission yield we need to achieve, and which is the maximum effective photo emission yield from synchronization. We have an antechamber to absorb most of the photons, but the question is which residual photoelectron emission rate is acceptable and which second emission yield. And here are studies for different bunch spacings and using 2 different electron cloud models. The good news is with the latest revision of the parameters for the new tunnel layout, with somewhat fewer bunches and higher bunch charge, electron cloud looks acceptable if we have secondary emission yields that are somewhat, I don't know, maybe even 1.4 is okay if the photo emission yield is small enough. So we need photo emission yields of the order of 10 to the -4 per electron per meter or positron per meter, and second emission yield below 1.4, which is already achieved at the LHC. So this looks quite encouraging, and this is most critical for the Z operation. The simulations include these anti-chambers, which is quite tricky. And also Fatih compares different models of second emission, but he also compares the different codes. And here's, for example, a comparison of PI cloud with a 2D solver and the CST, which is a 3D field solver. So we can do more complicated structures and also a longitudinal variation in the fields with the CST program.
Frank, you have about 2 minutes left, okay?
Okay, thank you. I'm almost through. Salim Ogur has developed the LINAC and the damping ring design. Here's just an example. The LINAC optic is an S-band LINAC, and here's a track particle distribution through this LINAC. And here is a damping ring, which can accept something like 2 times 8 bunches or so. Here's dynamic acceptance. Everything has been studied. This was beautiful work. Özgür Etişkin has designed the pre-booster, both based on the SPS with a new phase advance and also a green field design. Here you can see the optics, and here you can see changes in the SPS ring. His thesis at the moment is available only in Turkish, so you might like to take a look. And then Salim has also developed injector and collider filling schemes. So we inject from a LINAC into, in this case here, into a pre-booster, then into the full energy booster, into the collider. For injecting from 0, we must we have the so-called bootstrapping injection where we inject alternatingly positons and electrons. And then he estimated for the latest parameter table, he estimated the total filling time from 0. Either with the SPS and there we have about 28.5 seconds, or with a higher energy LINAC, the difference is small, but it would be reduced to 25 seconds. Lastly, here are some example titles of various physics papers published by the Turkish teams. Actually, it's very, I don't know, I have a phone call, I don't know. It's very active. And also this should be updated, but I see a lot of papers being published. Okay, then FC opportunities for Turkey. Ongoing collaborations are the injector design, beam dynamics studies, detector studies, physics studies, and they indicate some of the universities involved in these various studies. Potential further contributions could be civil engineering. Since a long time, we discuss a possible vacuum system prototype built by IEU. I don't know, since we are still waiting for approval or support or feedback from the funding agency. And recently I heard there is a new plan also to further work on damping and booster designs from Ankara and Kirikale University. So, summary outlook. The European Strategy Update issued a high priority request for a feasibility study of the FCC integrated program. And the main activities have been described: concrete local regional implementation, machine optimization, physics studies, technology R&D, and our goal is to prove the FCC feasibility by 25-26. The long-term goal is to have this world-leading HEP infrastructure for the 21st century and to push both precision and energy frontiers. As success clearly relies on a global collaboration, and the strong participation from Turkey is already there, and there are many additional opportunities. Teşekkür ederim. And if you have a chance, we have a time per year, we have an annual collaboration meeting. The next meeting will be in June 23, early June 23 in London. Thank you very much.
Frank, biz teşekkür ederiz. Thank you so much. So, any questions in room or on Zoom? seems not to be the case. One comment though, Frank, it seems like we don't have anymore have any lepton hadron mode on the menu, right?
Well, it's always an option, but we first need to build the hadron machine before we can have the lepton hadron option. So, so our focus at the moment is on the E plus E minus machine, which is the first stage, and on the magnet development for the hadron machine. I think there's still a study ongoing for the LHEC, and everything that is being studied for LHEC can also be applied for FCCEH. But if FCCH comes in 2070, the EH probably would come even later. So at the moment, is not the focus of our feasibility study.
Okay. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks.
This brings us to the end of the first morning session. We will have a short break of 20 minutes, and then we will reconvene and continue with the talk of York on LHC status and plans for high luminosity LHC. So hope to see you about 20 to 12.
Gökhan, are you there?
Ha, biri bana Gökhan abi de.
Hadi. Nereden oluyor?
Yani yanlış mı görüyorum?
Okey. Yok yok doğru diyorsun.
Ben Gökhan abi de evet evet. Ne yapayım? Adamı mı?
So we hear the bells and the rings. I hope we can stop hearing them. Sanırım saat kronometrenin alarmı açık kaldı. Onu bir durdurabilir miyiz? Herhalde web'de açtığınız bir kronometre. Süper. Okay, so we start the second session of this morning of our Congress. And we can see these slides of Jörg Wenninger from CERN, and we will hear about LHC status. I think you already shared and you can hear us well, Jörg?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. And
okay, I apologize for this morning.
Again for the technical problems at the opening, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't join the meeting. It's always better to be in person for the discussions. But I'll give you an update of the status of the LHC on the behalf of the operation group and all the people that have contributed to the quite successful restart of the LHC. Now I have to, okay. So I'll start with a brief introduction on LHC Run 3, then discuss a bit the commissioning, the current performance limitation that we have, and then I'll try to conclude for the near future. So I'll try to. Okay, so just one important thing to note is that the long-term CERN accelerator schedule was recently changed.
Jörg, could we have
Yes.
you a little louder? Could you?
Do you hear it? Is it louder now? Hello?
It's better. It's better now. Yes.
Okay. So the long-term CERN accelerator schedule was changed recently. In fact, some of the changes was that the LHC Run 3 was extended by 1 year until the end of 25, which basically compensates the loss of the year that was lost due to the pandemic. So the run goes now from 2022 to 2025, 3.5 years roughly. Another important thing is that the long shutdown 3, which is supposed to start in 2026, has been extended to now 3 years for the machine. And the transition from, if you want, LHC to HLHC will happen in the first half of 2029 now. So the beam commissioning of HLHC will be in 2029. Just a brief recap of the long shutdown 2 that just finished. So quite a lot of work was devoted in the LHC to consolidate the diodes under the magnets, which have been found to be a problem during the magnet training because of debris that is actually sitting there or is being blown into these elements. Then we replaced a number of magnets that we still had non-conformities from the initial installation. We had to replace an RF module. A large realignment was made around the CMS experiment to align the beam line to the experiment center. The beam dumps were consolidated, and we also maintained major systems. Now, there was also important work on HLHC during the shutdown. So civil engineering was made to make all the big underground cavern that you see here in blue on the cartoon. You see here the digging, and here you can see actually when they actually broke in towards the LHC tunnel, you can see the outside of the LHC tunnel on the picture on the right. In fact, this is still the concrete that was cast in 1992, 1993, when lab was actually built. Now we pre-installed some collimators and protection devices in view of the higher intensity for HLHC. The only thing for HLHC that was not done is that the 11 Tesla dipole magnet was actually not installed because the magnet works well electrically, but has a problem when it's being warmed up and cooled down again. So that this is ongoing work. Now, in terms of injectors, there was a big work on the big injectors complex. First of all, LINAC 4 was put into operation with acceleration of H-, and I think LINAC 4 is now running really absolutely beautifully. both in terms of performance and availability. At least it's surely the last of our problems on the LHC side. Then the booster was of course had to be adapted to take H- injection, and the acceleration of the beam is now to 2 GeV. The PS was changed to accommodate 2 GeV injection, among other things. And then finally, the SPS had a big upgrade of the RF system to cope with the beam intensity for the LHC beam, reduction of impedances, and also, again, protection devices, beam dumps to be able to cope with the higher intensity. Now, for the injectors, basically the plan of the ramp up can be shown here in terms of injected intensity per bunch in the different machines. In fact, the plan for 2022, which is our year, was to have an initial intensity of 1.4 10 to the 11 and then ramp up to 1.8 10 to the 11 during the year. And then basically in the coming years, starting 2023, to slowly ramp up the intensity to the HLHC target of 2.1, 2.2. Now 1.8 10 to the 11 is also the baseline for the LHC run as of next year. Now this first target has already been achieved, so 1.4 10 to the 11 is available in the injectors, and I think the SPS is on track to deliver the beam for LHC for the run 3 by the end of the year. And in fact, the injectors will then actually push the intensity towards the HLHC target of 2.2 10 to the 11 during the years of 23, 25. But in fact, the LHC is not able yet before the upgrade to actually swallow such beams. So although they're available, we cannot actually do physics with them. In terms of LHC performance projection, now this was studied and optimized during the long shutdown 2. There was a dedicated working group that gave a report on this. Now, basically, the peak luminosity of LHC will be limited by about 2 10 to the 34. And this is simply limited by our capacity to cool the magnets that are next to the experiments. This can only be lifted by installing new magnets by HLHC if you want. The other thing then, the other limitation, the bunch current is estimated to be limited to about 1.8 10 to the 11 with about close to 2,800 bunches. And the limitation are basically the RF system, the ability to capture this beam. The beam dump core integrity, this will actually be refined further by observations we make during run 3. There are beam dump protection absorbers whose integrity is also not yet able to cope with the HL beam. And then there are some still softer limits like heating of components. Now the limit on the luminosity is quite well established. We know it from the previous run. Within 10%, we know roughly what it is. For the limit on the intensity, of course, this is all projection. So we'll have to basically experience this and learn how to handle those beams in view of preparing HLHC as well. Now, in terms of performance protection, so since we have actually a lot of beam which potentially can deliver much higher luminosity than the 210 to the 34, we have to level the luminosity. And then depending on the years, we can level and keep the luminosity constant for between 6 and 12 hours, depends on the bunch intensity that you choose and on the beam emittance that we'll actually achieve. And the leveling will be done by beam size, so-called beta style leveling. So you slowly squeeze the beam size down as the luminosity decays, and then you get a profile of, if you like, a leveled luminosity that looks like this, more or less. This is what we do in 2022, and then in 2023, we actually have a longer time because we have more protons at which we can level. Here, the level, this will correspond to roughly a pileup in the experiment of about between 50 and 52 events overlap. Now, in terms of performance estimate for this year, we assume a relatively low efficiency because we are in commissioning. Actually, we are slightly above this value now since the beginning of the run, and this should give about 30 femtobarn delivered luminosity. And then for the next 3 years, we assume an efficiency of about 40%. To note that in run 2, we achieved almost 50%. And in fact, this gives you roughly 90 or so femtobarn per year, which means that if you integrate over all years, you have a target of about 300 femtobarn until the end of 2025, with some, as you see from efficiency-wise, if you have a good efficiency, we even have a margin of 10 to 20% in performance. Now, how did the commissioning go in 2022? So first of all, the cool down started already end of 2020 for the magnet powering test that we did last year. So in 2020 and 2021, you see here the temperature of the different LHC sector being brought down. Now you see that in fact here already you see 2 cycles where the sectors were actually brought back to room temperatures and back down again. And this cycle had to do for repairs because we in fact during the training of the dipole magnets to 7 TeV, we experienced 2 failures in the circuits. And after this, in fact, there was a management decision to limit actually the target energy for run 3 to 6.8 TeV and not to 7 TeV. Finally, we had a beam test at the end of the year. And during this beam test, we actually observed a limitation in the aperture of the machine. You can see it on the picture here. There was actually a finger, an RF finger was bent during the warm-up. And due to this effect, we had to warm up again one of the sectors and bring it down again. And eventually the machine was only ready in February 2022 for operation. Now, in terms of dipole magnet training, so as I said, the magnets have all been trained to 6.8 TeV. We experienced over 600 training quenches in the 8 sectors. Now, 3 of the sectors were actually trained. You see here the number of machine cycles or training cycles until you reach 7 TeV. 3 were actually trained to 7 TeV before the decision was taken to keep the energy lower. You see that, in fact, it takes you about close to 80 training quenches to reach that per sector, to reach that level. The 5 other sectors were trained to only 6.8 TeV, and 2 of them, 2, 3, and 7, 8, had to be done twice because after every warm-up cycle, you basically restart. Now, one thing we also observed now since the beginning of operation, in fact, we had 12 spontaneous training quenches, which means that you operate stably and suddenly one of the magnets starts quenching. And of those, we already observed 12 in about 3.5 months of operation. It only affects the sectors that have been trained to 6.8 TeV. And in fact, this is also something new because in run 2, while we operated at 6.5 TeV, we never had these sort of events. So this is clearly something we're observing now to understand if this will slowly stop or if it will continue to occur. But at the moment, it's too early to conclude. Now, in terms of restart, so in April, finally, on April 2nd, we had the first beam injection. Already 3 days later, we managed to accelerate the first beams to 6.8 TeV. Then end of May, after about 1 month of operation, we delivered the first collision at injection energy so that the 4 experiments could start the detector commissioning. Then finally, on June 1st, only a few days later, we had the first test collision at 6.8 TeV. And finally, on July 5th, we had the official start of run 3 physics with the first really stable beam conditions for data taking. And in total, it took 52 days of beam commissioning between April and May to establish those conditions. Now, since then, we've been increasing intensity. So in fact, about 1 month after the start, we already had over 2,000 bunches stored in the machine. But unfortunately, as we were just progressing well, in fact, 2 weeks ago, on August 23rd, in fact, we had a cooling tower stop in one of the points that unfortunately is the one that hosts the RF cavities. And due to this incident, in fact, the cavities had to be warmed up and we have to now do again, after the warm up, RF conditioning and preparation. And so we have actually a 4-week stop and we'll only restart operation around the 20th of September, unfortunately. Now, what have we achieved nevertheless? So the intensity ramp up, we talk about intensities of, which correspond to the so-called nominal bunch intensity of 1.1, 1.2, 10 to the 11. This you see here as a function of bunch intensities in red and blue here on this curve. We use trains of 48 bunches and which we keep adding. And so we actually increase slowly. You see black, the bunch intensity in about 2,000 bunches. In fact, then we actually encounter issues to electron cloud that limit us. I will come to this in a moment. And we also had to reduce the train length to 36 bunches to lower the electron cloud. In fact, we were just adjusting to this and trying to progress when in fact, when we actually were interrupted by this cooling tower issue. In terms of performance, so with all the experience that we've gained now, you see here the long-term performance of the LHC, the peak luminosity as a function of time in every fill since since 2011. You see that the progress in 2022 is absolutely astounding, given that we come out of a shutdown. If you compare to the previous one, this is clearly reflects that we now really know how to control and operate this machine. And you see that, in fact, the peak luminosity is now almost already within the target. In terms of integrated performance, in fact, this is in red, you see, in green, you see here the curve that is more or less the predicted performance. And you see that we were actually starting to already increase the slope quite significantly, much with respect to the expectation, when we unfortunately had this stop of the operation. And now we basically stay flat until the middle of September. Also, if you compare to the previous years, you see in red the run 1 integrated luminosity versus time, in blue the ones for run 2, and you see that in fact the slope of this year is almost as good as some of the best that we achieved during run 2. So the machine is performing extremely well at the moment. Now, so one of the things that we now do also, we always had to do luminosity leveling for the experiments. And in fact, we use 3 leveling techniques to control the luminosity, which we use in parallel. One, we control the luminosity in some experiments by offsetting the beams so that the beams don't overlap too well. This is done in ALICE and LHCb. The advantage is this is very local. You can do it 1 IP at a time, and it's extremely well established in run 1. In fact, ALICE and LHCb rely on this for their operation. Then we have been doing so-called crossing angle leveling. So the crossing angle at the IP is adjusted locally to optimize the luminosity. This we have been doing since run 2 in Atlas and CMS. And something that is really now essential in run 3 is to do so-called beta star leveling, where in fact at each step you actually squeeze or de-squeeze if you want, depends on how you want to do it. You squeeze the beam size as the beams are burned down. This is why do we do this and not do just a simple offset leveling? In fact, this has to do with beam stability issues. It's very important for stability of these very intense beams that they stay head-on in collision. So this was tested in run 2, but it's now an essential ingredient of run 2 and of HLLHC operation. And in fact, you see this in this year, we do now this leveling of beta star in Atlas and CMS. We do 10 steps in the beam size or beta star to luminosity. In fact, this is an agreement with the experiment so that the jumps in luminosity do not exceed 5%. And you see here a fill where you see progressively the luminosity decays. You make a jump in size, etc., to keep the luminosity sort of in a sawtooth pattern constant. This we already achieved fully automated execution. You can choose to do it on luminosity or on pileup. One thing to note is that CMS Atlas are fully coupled. So when you do one of these steps, both Atlas and CMS go up at the same time. This is by design of the optics. And I think here we already, within basically less than 2 months, we already achieved, this is a major milestone for run 2, but also for HLHC, which really relies on these sort of operation for the performance. Now, what sort of limitations do we have at the moment? Now, electron clouds is an effect that affects all accelerators that have high currents and that run with positively charged particles. So typically protons, ions, or also positrons. So FCCEE is also impacted. The impact, basically, you generate the electron cloud because your positively charged beam liberates either through photons or beam loss some electrons. The electrons are, of course, attracted by this nice high-intensity positive charge. And if you have many consecutive bunches that are closely spaced, you can have an avalanche effect where the electrons are being multiplied if the electron emission factor is high enough, so-called secondary emission yield. What you then get is you get vacuum pressure rises because you also liberate gas. You get degraded beam quality because of the interaction of the electrons with the beam. And in particular for the LHC, the really important one is the electrons that impinge on the vacuum chamber, of course, deposit energy and create a heat load for the cryogenic system. Now, the cures of such for this is you can condition by beam-induced electron bombardment. So you produce electron clouds, and by surface conditioning, you actually reduce the electron yield progressively. You can put holes in the bunch filling pattern to avoid the buildup, or you can, of course, try to treat your vacuum chamber if you do it ahead of time. Now, what we had already observed after long shutdown 1 is that we had a large increase of electron cloud activity in some sectors. This is what was observed at the end of run 1 in a test. You see here, never mind the scale, what is important is the unit of the scale. What is important is the value. You have here this value of, say, 1 achieved in heat load when you have the beam in, and in fact per unit charge. And in fact, what you see after the long shutdown 1, there was a degradation. Some sectors remained very good, and others suddenly have much more heat load. And this has to do with the way the surface is conditioned. Typically, you start with an emission yield of 2. You have basically a copper vacuum chamber that has copper oxide on top of it, and also some hydrocarbons on it. And by conditioning with electron bombardment, you actually can bring down the emission yield to about 1.1, and you change the surface composition. So somehow something is going wrong in this process that actually degrades and prevents you from having the good condition. So in fact, during long shutdown 2, vacuum chamber samples were taken out in both sectors where we have good condition and sectors where we've had bad condition. And what was already seen is that the sectors where there's high electron cloud, high heat load, there's a large concentration of CuO, of copper oxide, single oxygen copper oxide. And there's also very low carbon content compared to the others. Laboratory tests on these surfaces show that there's very slow conditioning of these high heat load surface samples. Now, the big problem that we have at the moment is we don't understand why some surfaces degrade and some surfaces stay in good condition and basically condition well. So there's now more work is ongoing in a new cryogenic laboratory. There's also in situ treatment of the vacuum chamber for long-term shut in a future long shutdown is under evaluation. However, this is of course a quite complex process given the size of the LHC. So the forecast for run 3 was actually a relatively mild increase. In fact, even in the worst sector that we had during run 2, in fact, the forecast that we could just make it with the heat load at the projected 1.8 10 to the 11, provided there's no further degradation of the heat load, and of course, provided that the model used to predict all of this is accurate enough. It was also realized that if heat load limitation were encountered, we had to apply mitigation measures. And of course, you can reduce the number of bunches, etc. One typically very efficient way is to introduce empty bunch slot in the bunch train. So typically what you have, this would be a classical bunch train. You have 48 bunches, each spaced for 25 nanosecond. And then you can make hybrid versions in the LHC injectors where you actually put holes into the filling scheme so that in fact the electron cloud buildup is actually broken up by these holes. It's a very effective way, but of course it comes at the cost of holes, which means that you have fewer bunches in the machine. Now, in fact, so what did we observe? Well, unfortunately, we observed that the heat load in some sectors has degraded further. In particular, here you see one fill where you have the heat load as a function of time. So as we fill the machine, we start collisions here, and then of course the intensity goes down. The heat load goes down. Again, in fact, you see this sector is already at the cooling capacity of the machine, although we have not yet filled the nominal bunch intensity. The other sectors are still have sufficient margin. So this means that at the moment, we're currently operating at the cryogenic limit, and the conditioning that we observe at the moment seems to be either saturating or to be extremely slow. Unfortunately, we need more runtime to really characterize this. So what is the way out now? To push further the intensity now towards our targets. We can, of course, operate it with these bunch trains that have holes. The problem, of course, is because you put holes in the bunch trains, you limit the number of bunches to about 1900 compared to 2800, which of course means that either you get more pileup if you keep the peak intent luminosity, or you get the lower peak luminosity if you decide to define the pileup as the limit. Now, of course, there's one benefit of this scheme is, in fact, the electricity consumption of the cryogenic system can be lowered by 20%. And this may become important because, as you may have heard, I don't know how it is in Turkey, but overall in Europe, the electricity prices are going up, and I think also CERN will be soon impacted. Now, another option is to mix actually some of these classical trains with some of those 8B4E trains so that you just can make it with the cooling limit of the cryogenic system. And then, of course, the exact number of bunches depends a bit on the bunch intensity, on the conditions, but clearly you're discussing more like 2,200 bunches or thereabout. Now, the various workarounds are now under discussion so that, in fact, when we restart in a few weeks, we can actually push further the bunch intensity. Now, also nota bene is that this special beam with holes has not been prepared yet in the injected change, so it's still not ready. Now, another thing that has been a feature of this run is sort of charged particles that fall into the beam that we nicknamed UFOs. We knew that they would become more critical at 6.8 TeV because these particles fall into the beam, generate showers, and depending on the size of the interaction, on the weight of the particle, you can either just get a quick shower and then it's gone, or you can actually trigger beam dumps if the number of secondary particles is too high. Now, one thing that we observed is that the number of UFOs that you see here in blue is actually going down. You condition away, basically you clean the vacuum chamber of all the dust that's there. And after a shutdown, there is a reset. This was 2015, and then you condition down again over time. So we're expecting a reset. And in fact, this reset, as you see, has happened. So in fact, this is the condition in run 2, and you see the rate of events has increased a lot. It's fortunately conditioning very well. In fact, however, we've been quite affected because we already had in 23 of the fills were actually dumped by such events because the interaction rate was too high. However, as the rate is going down now, they had an important impact on the availability this year. But I think the worst should now soon be over, and I think they will become less of a problem in the coming years. Okay, so in summary, the LHC injector chain is in really good shape. There's very good progress toward high intensity beam for run 3, but also for HL-LHC. The LHC commissioning, in fact, followed the plan, and as expected, we started run 3 on July 5th. The intensity and luminosity so far follow a steep curve, despite our fight against UFOs and electron cloud. And we are now already able to do all the complex luminosity leveling mix that is needed for run 3, but also for HL-HC. It was all implemented, is fully operational. And at the moment, really, our main work and worry is to push the beam intensity, which is currently limited by electron cloud. And as I said, there are workarounds under discussion, in particular to make filling schemes with holes in the beam. Thank you very much for your attention. Oops. Voilà. I don't seem to hear you.
Now?
Let's check.
Yes. Hello. Yes, now I hear again.
Now?
Do you
Can
hear
you hear?
us?
Yes,
Yes.
now I hear you again. Yes.
Have you heard about the eCloud question?
No, I didn't hear the question. I didn't hear anything.
Oh.
I noticed that somehow the,
Okay,
the
I
sound had gone.
from the
Yes.
evening again. Sorry for that.
No problem.
So my first question was about eCloud.
Yes.
You said that probably you are considering to include empty bucket in the bunch train, but this does not grant for sure that the eCloud become less harmful, because it depends on how the eCloud builds on several factors. So I wonder if you have done a simulation to understand how many bunches and to evaluate the impact. Then my second question is general and relies on a news that I read on a famous international newspapers that was mentioning that at CERN there are extensive analysis to understand how to put on idle the machine due to the energy problems that are affecting all European countries. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with the electron cloud question. So in fact, the electron cloud effects have been studied quite intensively. And we clearly understand that the electron cloud yield, secondary emission yield, sorry, of this one sector that has degraded is clearly too high. And the only way indeed is to put holes in the filling scheme or make the trains much, much shorter, which in any case you lose bunches, because the only way you can then fight the electron cloud is by avoiding the buildup. And to avoid the buildup, you have to avoid having too many consecutive 25 nanosecond bunches. Unfortunately, I think in the short term, there is no way around this. Now one reason to still keep operating at the cryogenic limit and really create electron cloud just at the limit of what you can do is that we do expect that there may be still some conditioning. So which means that even if it's slow, over time, we'll be able to put in slowly more beam, more bunches, more intensity. That's a good reason to keep pushing the system and operate basically always at the limit. Now, concerning the electricity question, indeed, there are studies being made to basically be able to reduce the electricity consumption of CERN on a short time scale. Where you can, of course, win a lot, mostly quickly, is on the injectors, in particular the superproton synchrotron, which uses up about 50 megawatt of electricity, roughly speaking. In principle, this one you can decide to shut it off, if you like, from 1 minute to the next. Of course, what this means that this LHC gets no beam anymore. Similarly, also for the injector chain, you can then cascade this down into the injector chain. For the LHC, of course, you can switch off some elements, but the cryogenic system will have to stay on. And the LHC is clearly not a machine that you can pulse rapidly. And for the LHC, one of the, if you like, one of the important aspects would be to reduce at least the electricity we use for the electron, to cool basically the vacuum chamber for electron cloud. That's why there's quite an interest in this framework to run with a beam that really generates no electron cloud, even if it's at the price of fewer bunches. I don't know if you answered your questions more or less.
Thank you. One following comment.
Actually, thank you for the answer. Concerning the second question, what I understood is so there is no plan at CERN to to have a shutdown, to plan a shutdown for the whole accelerator complex?
I think this is, I mean, of course, you know, I mean, the other of course, the other option is indeed to make longer end of year stops, for example. And I think this is also on the plate, but for the moment, there is no change yet that is applied. I think Mike is connected. Maybe he can comment on this, but I think we have not, there's no decision yet, right?
Yeah, thanks, Jürgen. No, I mean, this is, I should be political here and say this is under serious consideration. It's clear we're expected to respond to the short and medium-term energy crisis, and shorter running years is certainly being seriously discussed.
Mm-hmm. But I think there's no yet schedule that includes this. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this of course has
well,
to go,
if
this
we
has
have
to
time.
go, okay. Yeah, sorry, just to say that has to go through due process through the committees, of course, for approval. So even if we wanted to do it, that there is the processes to follow.
Okay. As you might have seen, Frank has shown in his presentation 2 different simulation tools for secondary emission yield. This was for FCC, obviously, but now LHC is taking data. I was wondering whether we could do some sort of measurements to validate those simulations or some tiny small experiment during the machine development days. In that respect, did you think about that, or is that feasible ever?
I mean, I think one of the tools was Pi-E Cloud, and I think that has been extensively validated, even actually on everyday LHC data. I saw the difference. I was a bit puzzled by the large difference in Frank's slides, but okay, it was maybe not the moment to discuss technical details after the end of his talk. But yeah, I saw this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's thank our speaker once again. And we have, as already spoken, Mike online. Welcome, Mike. And our next speaker will be Mike Lemon from CERN. And okay, we already see his slides. He will talk on the European roadmap for accelerators and R&D. So the floor is yours, Mike. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the invitation to present the present state of play for the European roadmaps for accelerator R&D. I've got a confession to make that the presentation was done on board a sailing boat in Greek waters over the last 4 days. So forgive any sort of maybe not quite as up to usual standards, but just you've seen this already, and of course this all stems from the European strategy update in 2020. I mean, Frank will have alluded to this, and the statement was an electron positron Higgs factory is the highest priority next collider for the field, followed by a hadron collider at the energy frontier in the longer term, which of course lays the ground for the FCC. I won't read through that. You've just had a long talk from Frank detailing that. A timely realization of the Electron Positron International Collider in Japan would be compatible with this strategy, so keeping that option open. We've also, of course, got the possibility of CLIC in addition to FCC still on the table at CERN. And in addition to high field magnets, the accelerator R&D roadmap going forward should contain an international design study for a muon collider, as it represents a unique opportunity to achieve a multi-TeV energy domain beyond the reach of the E+ E- colliders, and potentially more compact than a hadron collider. So just in summary, the Higgs factory, I think our plan A at CERN at the moment is certainly the FCC-EE. The ILC is still being pushed by our Japanese colleagues, really wrestling with the financing of that going forward. click Plan B, and of course there's other options out there in the offing. The Chinese and the Americans looking at C-cubed, warm linear, sort of a cooled linear collider. And in the multi-TV range, click C-cubed, muon collider, FCC-HH, and of course the Chinese version also there. And just to show that this has been proving very difficult to choose between them. So we're going to do all of them in the local area. Here you see the footprint. I'm joking, of course, but here you just see the options that's under consideration at CERN on the local area with the LHC as the reference there. So ambitious plans to say the least. Now, also in the European strategy update, the technologies were addressed. So high field magnets, high temperature superconductors, plasma wake field acceleration, and other high gradient accelerating structures, bright muon beams, and energy recovery linacs. So the instructions were that the physics community, particle physics community, must intensify its accelerator R&D and sustain it with adequate resources. Always difficult. It should prioritize the technology, taking into account synergies with international partners and reaching across the other fields, such as photon and neutron science, fusion and industry. And deliveries for this decade should be defined in a timely fashion and coordinated amongst CERN and the national laboratories and institutes. So this led to the delivery of, I've got a copy on my desk of the R&D roadmap. This is the European strategy. This led to the delivery of the R&D roadmap, and this is what I want to briefly run through, just to give you some sense of what was put on the table in this regard. Now, just to say, this was not mine. This comes from some of the presentations that were given by the Dave Newbold, who led the effort at the time. So here you see the time frame of the various options. Now this is relatively to try and solve a chicken and egg problem. We need approximate dates of the future facilities to define an R&D timeline. Of course, you need to know where you're going before you start. And we can't predict the dates of the future facilities without knowing what the R&D needs are. So kind of iterative process, if you like. We'd expect detector and accelerator roadmaps to use a common timeline, and anything is going to be highly approximate and not used out of context. But so this is really indicative rather than any firm guarantees. And these are the earliest feasible dates, and driven by technical consideration and approval processes, not to mention funding. And the goal was going in here was that the R&D should not be the rate limiting step. So obviously you'd like to have guaranteed your technology before you commit to a muon collider on this time frame. So CERN, following the ESPP update, before the roadmap was in place, sort of raised its flags, if you like. And for us, we see, of course, in the medium term, the completion of the high luminosity upgrade of the LHC machine. So really a top medium term priority for the organization. We increased R&D effort on advanced accelerated technologies. So we set up a dedicated high field magnet superconducting line, continued investment in high gradient accelerating structures, both warm and cold. We have a dedicated plasma wake field acceleration commitment with Awake, but we also initiated a muon collider international study with CERN as a host institute for initially. So really not looking to take ownership of this, but really to sort of start to help coordinate efforts in this area. Of course, we bought into the FCC, and we also provide support to long baseline neutrino experiments in Japan and the United States, and also look to a physics beyond collider program, so diversity and complementary to the high energy colliders. So a lot of interest here in feebly interacting particles, dark matter searches at lower energies, fixed target experiments, and a really wide variety of interesting stuff going on there as well. So that was our scientific priorities. Coming to the actual goals, the actual roadmap itself, I'm going to run through the 5 areas that were targeted by the roadmap. So HFM, RF, plasma, muon colliders, and energy recovery. So just to give you a brief overview of what's planned and what's going on at the moment, just to give you a sense of what developments in this area look like. So for HFM, here the big driver is niobium-3tin magnet technology for large-scale deployment for the FCC. So this we really need, these are very ambitious goals, need to push it to its limit in terms of maximum field and production scale. So to establish what the ultimate field could be in an accelerator magnet and continue development of the conductor and magnet technology towards the ultimate performance, and develop this for collider scale production, robust design, industrial manufacturing, cost reduction. And also in parallel, demonstrate the suitability of high temperature superconductors for accelerator magnets. So proof of principle HTS magnet technology beyond the reach and possibly complementing the reach of niobium-3tin. So those are the goals. And this is a relatively well-used plot. Luca Bottura, the author of this originally. So here you see the Bohr field in the magnet and the total deployed magnet length on a log scale. So the message here is, if we're going to deploy on a large scale, the Bohr field will inevitably be less than the maximal achievable in single samples in the lab. And for robustness, you have to give up on Bohr field. And here you see present QXF and 11 Tesla efforts going on at CERN. And here we're having getting a lot of experience, having a lot of interesting time developing these for the high luminosity LHC. So pushing the ultimate in the lab and then pushing up with robust technology to be able to deploy this on a large scale. And at the same time, seeing how far we can push HTS. And this is the area we're being targeted. And this coming out here, moving to large scale at high field would be the next phase, 27 to 34. Okay, worrying about the cost, the timeline, potential for wider societal applications, and training and education. So the main lines, niobium-3tin, HTS, and conductors, and the cross-cutting activities, materials, cryogenics, and models, powering protection, in infrastructure and instrumentation. So you see the kind of 6 main themes developing there in a holistic approach. Okay, I won't read through that, but you get the idea. And the overall vision for niobium-3tin, HTS, so material and composites samples pushing up through powered samples and mechanical models, subscale magnets, short test magnets out to intermediate field, and then pushing up towards long, robust ultimate magnets at 14 to 16 Tesla. And similarly for HTS, pushing up from samples and technology through to demonstrator magnets. Again, aiming between 16 and 20 Tesla. And timelines, again, PowerPoint presentation timelines for the conductor, magnet, and HTS development program. And of course, the aim now is to put some resource-loaded, time-driven details onto this. And at the moment, we had the initial meeting of the HFM roadmap steering board 2 weeks ago. And this is the breakdown. So standard stuff with the steering board, technical advisory committee, collaboration board, and this the execution layer here. And here you see the institutes involved here across Europe and the world indeed. The work package breakdown across the lines. And a lot of work already going out there, it has to be said, existing collaborations working on things like various approaches to the problems of cosine theta at INFN, CEI doing block coil, common coils at CMAT, and PSI have looked at counted cosine theta. So work out going there. Okay, short models here in the next few years, looking towards a peak with niobium-3 tin of around 16 Tesla. And that's just this slide from Lucio Rossi and the Falcon. They're working in INF in particularly on a short 12 Tesla 50mm aperture model magnet there. 2 weeks at CERN, just to show you, this is a race track model magnet, so 16 Tesla in a 50mm cavity, a demonstrator, really not a magnet. But this up to a couple of weeks ago, after five quenches, up to 6.5 Tesla in the conductor. So really a long way from an accelerator magnet, but showing that these sort of fields can actually be delivered by niobium-3 tin. RF, there's a huge amount going on now. I'm going to have to watch my time here. Huge amount going on out there, both in superconducting and room temperature, and really a very diverse field and strongly application driven for the moment across both work looking forward and existing projects. And here you just see the sort of things that's going on across the European theatre through bulk niobium, thin film, of course all the supporting infrastructure required, normal conducting RF, the high power required, and test stand requirements as well to support this activity. And another slide from Lucio, but vast experience, diffuse know-how, a lot of progress before, in operation and under construction, and really things moving forward on the ground. Recent trends in the bulk niobium domain, which is the go-to for present projects. And of course, they're pushing the limits of this technology with a lot of very good R&D, particularly in the States, definitely at Fermilab. Here at CERN, looking at thin film, lower power consumption, and pushing up towards the performance of bulk niobium. And of course, with that, high efficiency klystrons, solid state amplifiers, and high power couplers. At CERN, just to show you how this looks like on the ground, of course, we have to wrestle with a huge range of RF for operations. We have targeted R&D for particular projects, and then look to be pushing at the fundamental R&D and infrastructure, in particular concentrating on thin film. And here you see from this and Frank Garrick, 2 areas suffer from manpower shortage as the priority is always given to OP and projects. So this we must do, and we try and balance our resources across these two to push hard. But really, this part of a worldwide effort. And just to show you, I won't go through this, but this is some of the. So these are actually manufactured cavities being manufactured on site at CERN, 1.3 gigahertz, pushing thin film out. This is the Q against the accelerating gradient. And some very encouraging results. And the FCC, a full R&D, under-resourced at the moment, but again, looking towards FCC. I think Frank would have touched on this, but of course, through cavities, out through the all the infrastructure that goes with it. Click, a lot of money being spent on this already at CERN. We have click test facilities, and one would say that the X-band accelerating technology is mature, so still looking to optimize and develop this. and maintain the possibility of going there if needed to. So maintain the linear collider and the design capabilities, high efficiency, high gradient studies, and really a lot of this being used in smaller projects outside CERN, where this compact high gradient technology is really proving to be useful in medical, industrial and research LINACs. And I think it's encouraging to see that following the investment, we're actually getting some good societal impact payback from this. And just a brief overview of the normal conducting LINIC technology status. So through the what's available to the use of this in various facilities around the world, either in C-band, 6 gigahertz, or the full X-band at 12 gigahertz, aiming at click, but also being used by other facilities such as UPHUKVIII, and the 6 gigahertz used by the Swiss XEFL. The roadmap for RF, the goals for superconducting, normal conducting, powering, and low level. And you see the breakdown there, and really kind of the task that would the community should be addressing over the coming years. So that, as we said, this is going to be more of a coordination effort and reporting up, rather than, if you like, just getting people who are already doing an awful lot sitting around the table and making sure they're working in the same direction. Muon Colliders, Christian Carl is up next, so I'm not going to go there, but the R&D required, a really good job over the last 2 years picking up on this, initiating the international design study and identifying what needs to be done in the R&D lines. It is and will be intensely collaborative, and I think so, a lot of good work being done there. Plasma Wakefield, the RF accelerators, this is from Ralph Assmann and Edda, who've sort of been leading the roadmap effort in this domain, just pointing out that plasma accelerators could be offering significantly higher gradients than present RF accelerators, and offering to their, and really the question is, can they shrink the linear collider, provide electron and positron beams in the TeV range to produce these sort of luminosities? Not obvious at all at this stage, and their goal, and I'll show you the kind of main lines over the coming years, them showing the difference in size between a plasma cell and a flash module at DAISY, and the building blocks of a potential plasma Wakefield accelerator. Really well developed chapter of the roadmap. Big community out there already, and they really looked at this in a lot of detail. I can only touch on this, but you see the main pillars: feasibility, pre-CDR study, the technical demonstration, and integration and outreach. So complement the large external investment in plasma, and to look at this in the high energy physics domain and make sure that they're covered, and drive for a plausible case for large scale project by the time of the next update. So really looking to apply this technology in the accelerator domain, and long-term plans out to beyond 2050. This really is a long-term effort. I won't read through this, but feasibility and pre-CDR report on advanced accelerators for particle physics. So technical readiness levels, technical milestones by 25, leading through to the publication of a CDR for a plasma-based particle physics collider by 2031. So just to set the scale and the goals of this roadmap going forward. So really in the early stages over the coming years with a long-term program following that. And a breakdown of the minimal scheme and the costing over the next 5 years or so. So plasma theory, accelerated design, electron, positron beam performance reach, etc. And moving into the proposals for potential demonstrators. Finally, Energy Recovery Linux, not mainstream in the colliders, of course, but they do have a case to make, and there is a passionate community out there who do make it, pointing out that the beam is used once, but the power is recirculated as in a LINAC. Very ambitious collision parameters to make this attractive, pushing the beam intensity down, but nonetheless the potential performance is there. So overall low energy consumption, but higher initial investment. The objectives on an average current in milliamp energy in MEV plot, and you see the new proposals over here at the top end. Technology limited and funding limited. Three-part program, support and exploit ongoing facility programs, focused technical R&D and key technologies, and developments will upgrade European facilities for the mid-20s. So relevant for both absolute performance and sustainability of future machines. And their plan, and you can see the existing facilities, a new facility with moderate energies aimed for also, and so on. So applications for HL and FCCH in the longer term, with the testing and development in the meantime. Technology, two main areas: electron guns, very high performance required, and RF. So coming back to superconducting RF and specific features that require additional RF to complement that of required for accelerators, so HOM, fast reactive tuners, and looking for support for the Pearl cryo module to support high current, and the usual swathe of supporting systems. This from them are just leading into the final part of my talk. So any future particle accelerator facility is expected to be sustainable, really a key message. Okay, we are conceiving very large and very energy hungry machines, but we have an obligation to significantly improve energy efficiency to report support from society. I think these are general statements and important ones, and we must obviously look at methods to improve energy efficiency as we move forward. So ERLs are an innovative high luminosity green accelerator concept for HEP, nuclear physics and industrial applications with far-reaching impact. And they claim it's environmental and friendly. So one of the key technologies for a sustainable HEP future. So this courtesy of them, but a message to be taken into account. You will see, I'll just say in general, just to bang on this, so it has become a primary consideration, and we're going to have to look at the cost impact of future facilities over the entire life cycle. This point very strongly made in the roadmap. We need to see societal impact of the work that we do with this technology. So this has to get, we have to push this out. We have to engage with industry, and we have to work closely with European and international laboratories across domains. And of course, training and professional development of accelerated physicists are a key factor in sustaining this field. These statements made in the roadmap. You will see slides like this, which argue for, can be used to argue for various options. However, there's an awful lot. This could be the KPI is integrated luminosity for energy, but this is a long way from being the only consideration. And we really need to be looking at the full life cycle. the innovation in our technology and pushing it out into for applications. We need to support alternatives. We need to be very diligent with our exploitation, with our present machines, and CERN trying to pick up on this in a significant way. We can support climate research and procurement. Okay, when we buy our kit, the energy use has to be factored in during specification, arbitration, and in system design. So a lot to it, and a lot to be taken seriously. Knowledge transfer, I just flashed that. We push this hard at CERN, and really a key component going forward to push on societal impact. So it brings me to my conclusions. I think the ESPP has bequeathed a challenging charge. I'll say that with the aim of providing a technological base for future developments in the field. And the development of the roadmap has been an interesting, I think, just to, you can read between the lines there, and not an obvious process to try and bring this together. We see this now as we move to the implementation phase with funding, working together, strengthening the existing collaborative links, so ongoing. And hopefully this can be a positive experience. But the initiative does provide an opportunity for the field. It is a visible and important focus for funding agencies. It gives the opportunity to go out there and sell what we're doing. And it gives us a formal reporting line to CERN Council and the member state representatives there who can see this, who can go back and take the message back to the various states, members and associate members, of course. And of course, just finally, we must recognize the increasing importance of sustainability and societal impact. And these have to be a core component of future developments. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Questions online or in room? One question coming from room.
Hi, Mike. Thank you for your nice talk.
You hear us, Mike, by the
Can
way?
you,
Yeah.
Mike?
Okay.
I am Katia Milardi.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? And so I was listening to the talk given by Jörg, and he told us that the 11 Tesla magnets have not been installed due to some electric problems. I have not got the details. Now, in your talk, in slide 14, you mentioned the magnets working, providing 12 Tesla magnetic field as robust and reliable. Can you comment these two aspects that are unclear to me?
So no, I think it's a very good question, and I think it shows a challenge, the challenges ahead for the field. I have to say, the 11 Tesla, this came online the issues became apparent in 21. We've had a really there's been some remarkable work done with our colleagues in mechanical engineering, looking at the issues. We've gone into X-ray tomography, metallography, where we really can see in detail where the issues are in the magnet construction. A lot of this, of course, feeding forward into the development of the superconducting quadrupoles for HL. And recent results, I think, show, just to point out, the magnets, the QXF for HL, the peak field at the conductor is 12 Tesla. So we're in the 11 to 12 Tesla range with these magnets already. I think I said a lot learned and lessons fed forward to the whole process: coil winding, reaction, bladdering, keying, etc. And of course, these lessons have to be fed forward into the program to develop these short 12, 14 Tesla magnets, pushing the development, pushing the field. So I think in short, to your question, I think it's an ongoing process. Lessons being learned as we speak, and there are hopeful signs. And I think the real aim over the next coming years will develop really how far we can take this. Is 16 Tesla conceivable? Is it between 14, 15? Just what can be done. So in short, work in progress.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any further questions or comments? Seems not, so we thank Mike once again.
Thank you very much.
And we continue with our last invited speaker of this morning's session. We have Christian Carli from CERN. Are you able to share your slides, Christian?
Yes, so hello, good morning. It's a pleasure to report on the Muon Collider study.
Yes, so we will hear on
Okay,
Muon
you should see now the slides in presentation mode on your side.
Yes, you can make presentation mode.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to present the Muon Collider status on plans. Of course, I do this on behalf of the International Muon Collider.
Before you start, is it?
Sorry?
Is it possible that you share a presentation view of your slides?
Okay,
instead
you
of
do not see in presentation. Okay, good.
Yes.
Now you see it in presentation.
Now it's
perfect.
Yep.
Good. Okay. And of course, this is showing the present status of ideas on muon colliders, but that's based on many studies in the past, and in particular on the MAP study. Okay, so this is the menu of the talk. I will give you a brief introduction, interest of muon colliders, some ideas on basic baseline design, and then I will go into technical parts needed for such a muon collider complex. First one has to produce the muons and capture them. Then they have to be cooled. They have to be accelerated very, very quickly, which is also very particular. And then I will speak about the muon collider ring. Then I will go to a particular issue related to muon colliders, which is radiation due to neutrinos on the Earth surface. I will finish with a tentative timeline and a summary. Good, so introduction for the motivation. High energy lepton colliders can be precision and discovery machines if one could go to a very, very high energy. And here on the right side, you see a comparison of physics reach for muon colliders on the horizontal axis and proton colliders on the vertical axis, comparing the energies. And here one can see that one can do similar physics with muon colliders at much lower energy or lepton colliders than for proton colliders. Now, electron-positron colliders, they are limited due to the low particle mass. Synchrotron radiation severely affects the maximum energy which can be reached in circular colliders, and one quickly comes into practical limitations with the length for linear colliders. So it would be nice if one could collide muons, which are heavier leptons, because one gets rid of this energy loss from synchrotron radiation. It would be feasible to have such a lepton collider. But there are some drawbacks and limitations. First of all, there is a very significant effort to generate useful muon beams, and even at the end, they have large emittances, and that's also related to the low lifetime of the muons in the rest frame of only 2.2 microseconds. Then it becomes a bit longer during acceleration, but still, this is a very important limitation and makes it very complicated to construct a muon collider complex. Okay, good. Here on the left side, you see now a plot of luminosity per beam power as a function of the beam energy. And here you see a comparison of click, electron-positron collider click, linear collider, and then a muon collider. So also one nicely sees that if one goes to higher energies, muon colliders look a very, very attractive, interesting option. And on the right side, you see now footprints of different facilities. Here you have the 10 TeV muon collider, and it has a footprint which is comparable to a 3 TeV click, which is depicted here. Okay. Good. Now, idea first proposal for a muon collider is quite old. I don't know, maybe 50 years ago or so. There were concepts worked out with ionization cooling starting in the 80s. There have been studies in US and Russia in the 90s, later also at CERN. More recently, in the US, there has been the Muon Accelerator Program MAP study launched in 2011. And the outcome of this MAP study is depicted here. And that shows a little bit everything you need for such a muon collider. First of all, to produce the muons, one needs a proton driver, which typically consists out of a superconducting linac. And then in order to provide very short bunches, one needs an accumulator and a buncher ring. And then one needs a beam of megawatts, 1 to 4 megawatts, something like that, in this order of magnitude, very short proton beam bunches with an IMS length of, if possible, 3 nanoseconds or something like that. Then there is a front end. So this beam is sent onto a target, which is also quite challenging. The muons then are captured by solenoids. Okay, I will go into this then in the next slides. Then the beam has to be cooled. There are different cooling stages, recombination of several bunches into one big muon bunch. I also will be covered in the slides. Then the beam has to be accelerated very quickly. Just note that the circumference of the accelerator ring is larger than the circumference of the muon collider ring itself. Okay. So again, some of the limitations of issues, everything is related to the short beam lifetime. Okay, first of all, one needs a few megawatt production beam, short, intense bunches on the target. They generate pions, which then decay into muons. Then there is a target and capture channel. Large energy muon beam is transformed to sequence of bunches. Then there are different cooling stages and merging of muon bunches into one single bunch. So this is then this is then the muon production complex. Then the beam has to be accelerated first with low energy with linacs and recirculating linacs, and then with typically a sequence of pulsed synchrotrons. So here you can see only one of these pulsed synchrotrons, but there will be several in a row. And as mentioned already before, this ring will be larger than the muon collider, and the muon collider will be an as short ring as possible for the given energy with as high magnetic fields as possible. Okay, tentative baseline, some tentative parameter list assumed for this IMCC study. Already mentioned before, so the luminosity for 3 TeV is assumed to be 2 times 10 to the 34, and then going to higher energy, the luminosity increases more than linearly with energy. The particle per bunch is roughly identical, so it's around 2 10 to the 12 muons per bunch for the mu plus and mu minus bunch. Okay, repetition rate should not be too high. And then, circumferences range 5 to 14 kilometers or so. It's important to go to as high as possible for the collider itself, as high as possible average magnetic fields. So 10.5 Tesla average field, of course, means significantly higher peak field in the bending magnets. Okay, the luminosity, so the emittances are given by what comes out of the muon cooling. Then just to note that the beta star so the assumption is that the relative momentum spread can be constant, about 1 per mil. If one keeps that, this means that the bunch length decreases with energy, and then the assumption is that one can have a beta star which is similar to the IMS bunch length. So also the beta star decreases, and that's quite challenging then for the lattice design, as we'll see later. And here again, emittance is constant because it's coming from the production process. Okay, for the production beam, one needs a megawatt class proton beam, typically with a few GeV beam energy. The energy itself is not so important. It can, if you typically 10 GeV or so is suitable. But it's very important to have very short bunches of a few nanoseconds only, and that could be superconducting LINAC, and there are LINACs providing beam powers in this order of magnitude, followed by accumulator and compressor rings. And particularly the compressor ring might be quite challenging. What's also important to say is that the repetition rate should not be too high. So typical LINACs work at higher repetition rate. So in the table before, you have seen our assumption is a 5 Hz repetition rate only. And then for the target, so here you see a sketch of the target. In this sketch, the target would be a mercury jet, but other options would be graphite, or for example. Then the protons, they interact with some nuclei and they produce pions. And then the pions decay, and the charged pions, pi plus, pi minus, they decay into mainly into mu plus and mu minus, which are interest for us. What comes out of this target is a very large distribution of muon energies, and what one tries to collect is muons in the range of 50 to 400 MeV. So this target is embedded in a very high magnetic field. So the assumption is 20 Tesla, but it would be, if feasible, it would be better to go even to higher magnetic fields. And this is in order to limit the transverse emittance of the beam resulting afterwards. Okay, and then this 20 Tesla magnetic field is lowered over typically 10 meters or so, something like that, to 2 Tesla. And that's a compromise between longitudinal and transverse emittance as one gets at the end. Okay, so this then, okay, and then further muon production and capture channel. So the aim is to transform this large energy spread muon beam into a sequence of bunches. So the target, which is here, and this reduction of the magnetic field then is followed by a magnetic chicane. This is just a bent solenoid, if you want. And this is in order to remove most of the unwanted particles, in particular from the proton production beam. This is then followed by some drift. And here the aim is that the muon bunch coming out of the target becomes longer, such that one creates a correlation between energy and longitudinal position. So higher energies are ahead and lower energies are behind. And then there is a nice cavity section in order to create some longitudinal structure. So if the bunch is long, you can imagine if it goes through a cavity, there is some energy, and yeah, there is some longitudinal structure created, and the beam tends to create bunches. Then, of course, during that time, the distribution further becomes longer. This means that the RF frequency has to decrease over this buncher section. And then at the end, there is a phase energy rotation. It's also done with the help of cavities, of course, by appropriate choice of RF frequency and phase. And again, here one needs several cavities with different RF frequencies. The result here is then a train of bunches with about equal energy suitable for ionization cooling. And the momentum of these particles is about 200 MeV over C. And 21 of these bunches are used then further for the complex. Okay, so basic idea for ionization cooling. So if you see here a bunch, different particles have different velocities, and first they go through, in this case, a liquid hydrogen absorber. So here, the muons traversing this absorber, they are slowed down. They lose longitudinal and transverse momentum. And then afterwards, the beam is re-accelerated. In this case, only the longitudinal momentum is increased. Transverse momentum is not increased. So the transverse momentum first is decreased and it's not further increased. So effectively, one has again the same bunch, a bunch with similar longitudinal momentum, but with smaller transverse momentum. This means that the emittance has been reduced. That means that the beam has been effectively cooled. Okay, so the net effect of this is reduction of the transverse momentum and thus beam cooling. Of course, there is also another effect, which is called scattering, which leads to beam blow up. And that's why one needs very strong focusing here done with solenoids. And it's important to have low set absorbers, which in order to minimize the scattering. Here one does not get longitudinal cooling normally, and what you can see here is first of all, this energy loss is a function of momentum or of energy, and so cooling takes place somewhere in this region. And what one can see here is particles with a lower energy, they are even further slowed down, and this is not good. This means that this energy dependence of the energy loss even increases the longitudinal emittance. Of course, the way would be to go to higher energy. There one would get a little bit of cooling, but this would not be very effective. There is another way to get longitudinal cooling, which is to have some bendings to generate dispersion. So if you imagine here, the muon beam comes in, it's deflected by a bending, then high energies are less deflected, low energies are more deflected. And then if one has a wedge-shaped absorber, which is thicker for the higher energies and thinner for the lower energies, obviously reduces the energy spread, the longitudinal emittance. Of course, this has, of course, the price to pay for this longitudinal cooling is reduction of transverse cooling. Still, this is applied and needed for cooling in all three phase spaces. Okay. Now, more concrete, how cooling is done for muons. Cooling is done at different stages. First, there is a so-called 6D cooling channel. 6D cooling because it's cooling in all three phase spaces, transverse and longitudinal, and and each phase space has 2 dimensions. One needs somewhat high solenoid fields for focusing in order to get small twist betatron functions, beta t at the absorber location. But also important to say these typical magnetic fields, they are not constant along a cooling channel, but they tend to increase. Okay, and what you can see here is the situation for the last section of the 6D cooling after the bunch merge. So this is where one really wants to achieve when has already quite small emittances. And there it's important to have quite small betatron function, which is plotted here at the location of the absorber. Yeah, and also, okay, the absorber can also be different materials. So for this 6D cooling channel, one can use hydrogen, but here, in order to have a rather short absorber, one needs lithium hydride. One loses, due to the lithium, one loses a little bit in scattering, but still it is overall it's the best solution. Okay, so this is this cell, and then there are solenoidal fields for focusing of the beam. It's done such that it's small at the location where the absorber sits, and here this is then a cavity re-accelerating the beam. What's also important to note is that the polarity of the magnetic field on the left side, on the right side is opposite, and it is important to swap the polarity of the longitudinal magnetic field from time to time in order to get efficient cooling in both cases. Okay, now complications of such a scheme is one needs to operate cavities in high magnetic fields. So it's unclear to what extent the maximum field achievable is affected by the longitudinal magnetic field. There are also ideas to fill these cavities with hydrogen at a rather high pressure. It's a potential regime where one can operate the cavities with higher integrated gradients. Okay. Now, in order to get some longitudinal cooling, here on top you see a side view and a top view of this channel. From the side view, you see that these solenoids, they are slightly tilted. And the intention of tilting these solenoids is to create vertical magnetic fields, which then deflect the beam and then which create a dispersion. And then on the top view, you see the absorbers, they are badge shaped. So this dispersion then is used in order to get some longitudinal cooling, which is very important for this 6D so-called rectilinear cooling channels. Okay, then there are two 6D cooling channels. One is between the muon capture and the bunch merging, and then there is another one after bunch merging and the final cooling. Okay, so then for the bunch merging, I will not show you many details on this bunch merging. That's basically just the transformation of a train of 21 bunches into one bunch. 21 bunches are coming out of the bunching and phase rotation of these of the muons, and then it's very important to have one bunch in the collider in order to maximize the luminosity. Okay, there is some longitudinal gymnastics which allows to combine 3 bunches always into one, which means that the 21 bunches are combined into 7 bunches. And then there is also a complicated transverse merging scheme where the 7 bunches are deflected in different directions. They have to go through transfer lines with different lengths, such that they all simultaneously arrive at the very complicated septum where they can be recombined. This is coming with an increase of the emittance, which anyhow would be too large after the first 6D cooling for a muon collider. So this is followed by another 6D cooling channel. And even after this one, the equilibrium transverse emittances are too large. But what comes out of the 6D cooling channel is quite a small longitudinal emittance. In fact, this has been conceived these first 6D cooling channels have been conceived for neutrino factories, for which this gave a very suitable beam. But for a muon collider, one continues then with the final cooling channel. Is again in a certain sense similar. It's accelerating cavities, some cavities for longitudinal beam dynamics to keep the bunches short, etc. And then liquid hydrogen absorbers in a very high magnetic field. Focusing is somehow different, but the basic idea is the same. Very small beam where the absorbers sit. And here it's very important to go to as high as possible magnetic fields. So the assumption is that one can go to 20, 30 Tesla, something like that. And in fact also the beam energy is gradually decreased because this allows to go to smaller transverse emittances. Okay, so already absorbers is liquid hydrogen, which gives the minimum scattering effect. There is no longitudinal cooling here. And due to the low energy, there is even longitudinal heating. So one gets quite a significant blow up in the longitudinal plane. So in a certain sense, this is more a transfer of transverse emittance into longitudinal emittance. So one can significantly reduce the transverse emittances, but the price to pay is a significant increase of the longitudinal emittance, which is acceptable. Okay, so here this sketch summarizes all these cooling processes. So here you have the so in this plot there is a transverse emittance versus longitudinal emittance. One starts with rather large emittances in both planes. So this is the emittance at the exit of the front end. So after capture of after transforming the muon beam into these 21 bunches, then the beam is cooled to a certain close to this emittance. Then the bunches are merged, and of course during the bunch merge, one increases the emittance. So this is okay. This is shown by this increase of the emittance in both planes by a factor 3-4 or something like that. And then this is followed again by another 6D rectilinear cooling channel. And then one goes on with the final cooling. And here one can nicely see that the one goes from a transverse emittance of 300 microns or so to 25 microns. But the price to pay is a significant increase of the longitudinal emittance. Now, to say that still some work has to be done on this final cooling or on the whole scheme in order to gain a factor 2 or so between what has been achieved in simulations and what is needed at the end for a muon collider, or what is assumed for our muon collider scenarios. Okay, then this beam has to be accelerated very quickly. For that one means very high average RF gradients, and all this is needed in order to avoid muon losses due to decay. Okay, so this can be done typically first in a combination of linear accelerators, and then followed by one or more recirculating linacs, and then followed by several rings very quickly cycled pulsed synchrotrons. Okay, so for these pulsed synchrotrons, the assumption is that the beam will be accelerated within a few tens of turns, so 15, 20 turns at this order of magnitude. And that's important in order to lose not too many of these precious muons one gets after the cooling channels. Okay, the idea is for these to combine static superconducting bendings and pulsed conventional bands. Okay, and this is depicted on this sketch here. So there is a cold superconducting dipole, and this is combined with conventional warm dipoles, which is even ramped from negative to positive magnetic fields. So for low energy, the orbit there is an orbit excursion in one direction, and for high energy there is an orbit excursion in the opposite direction. Which means that one needs quite some aperture. That means that the beam moves around during acceleration. One of the issues looked into recently is that this also has an impact on the circumference of the machine, and the circumference of the machine should not change too much, because that changes also the revolution frequency, and that makes it more complicated for the IF system. So there are schemes under investigation in order to minimize these variations of the circumference. Another challenge is then the magnetic powering, in particular, and eddy currents, in particular for the smaller of these rings, which in absolute time, these 20 turns or so are even shorter. Okay, and then of course, fixed field accelerating gradient structures would be a possible alternative, and also considered. Okay, for the muon collider ring, assumption is, okay, so first the lattice study at the moment concentrates on a 10 TeV center of mass collider, which means that the energy is 5,000 and the relativistic gamma is around 50,000, something like that. We assume high magnetic fields in order to reach a 10 kilometer circumference for high luminosity. If the ring is longer, it means that the beam takes longer to make one turn, and more particles are lost over one turn between two collisions of the bunches, which means that the luminosity suffers. Okay, then longitudinal emittances, okay, are the ones which are expected to come out of the cooling channels. Okay, then there is the assumption that the maximum acceptable IMS momentum spread is 10 to the minus 3. Sorry for this art, it should not be here. Of 1 per mil, which is already quite large, but one can hope that this is manageable even in a large ring. And this, together with the longitudinal emittance, fixes the bunch length, and which for 10 TeV and these parameters, it happens to be 1.5 millimeters. just to note, it's challenging to keep such a short bunch length over 1,000 turns or 2,000 turns, something like that. And this is roughly the duration during which collisions significantly contribute to luminosity. Then, of course, it means one has to be very careful about linear and nonlinear momentum compaction. One has to be very careful that the path length remains constant, is the same for all of the particles. And then the assumption is that the twist beta function at the IR, what we call beta star, is equal to the IMS length. What you can see here is just for around the long. This is the longitudinal position around the interaction point. At the interaction point, beta function is indeed beta star. But if one moves a little bit away, then the beta function is not beta star anymore. And this is okay. The situation for this 1.5 millimeters. If one moves away, if both sigma z and beta star 1.5 millimeters over the bunch, there are some significant variations of the betatron functions. And of course, particles which collide away from the center, from the nominal IR, they see larger betatron functions, which reduces the luminosity. And okay, that's described by the hourglass effect, by such a factor.
You have about 10 minutes left.
Okay, good. And if beta star is identical to the IMS bunch length, okay, one has this hourglass factor of 0.76, so one does not yet lose too much in luminosity. But there is little gain by going to smaller beta stars than the IMS bunch length. So that's why we have fixed this like that. Okay. What makes it difficult for the lattice design is already the energy increase. So by going to higher energy colliders, that results in a higher beam rigidity. It becomes more difficult to bend, and in this case, to focus the beam. But with this scaling, the divergence at the interaction point is unchanged. So with beta star decreasing like 1 over the energy, the divergence at the IP is independent of the energy. And that makes quite large maximum betatron functions around the IP. That's quite challenging conditions for the lattice design. Okay, and here you see a plot around the interaction region. The very small beta star here means that the beta function, so here this is the vertical and the horizontal beta function around the IP, they reach very, very large values. Okay, what you can see here is depicted here is the inner triplet, the focusing quadrupoles. So the quadrupole closest to the IP is split into 3 pieces, because there one can gain in aperture. So the first one has a smaller aperture, and then the apertures are decreased. For the other quadrupoles, there is not so much to be gained by splitting them into several superconducting magnets. So they are kept constant. What you can see as well here is the maximum magnetic field which is needed in green. And you can see here we have assumed that this maximum magnetic field is around 20 Tesla. And for that, one takes into account 5 times the betatron IMS size. Here there should also be a factor of 5 times what comes from the dispersion and the momentum spread, but here dispersion is 0, so this term anyhow disappears. But okay, then plus 2 centimeters, which takes into account absorbers which have to be placed in order to intercept decay products. Okay. Very important for this interaction region is beam-induced background. So these muons decay very quickly, and they not just disappear and don't contribute anymore to the luminosity, but they also generate decay products, and they are seen by the detectors, and they perturb data taking. They perturb the detector. So that's why already the MAP study, considering colliders at lower energy, at 3 TeV, they concluded that dipolar fields added to these quadrupoles in the inner triplet mitigate this beam-induced background. So this is a plot comparing particles seen in the detector as a function of their origin. And in green, you see this is the version of the IP you have seen just before without dipolar fields. And then the others are different versions with dipolar fields added. This was a little bit of a surprise to us that there was not much, not an enormous gain seen for the moment. We are still trying to understand and better understand. Okay, and of course, this plot is for neutrons, but it's very similar also for other particles generated by the secondaries, by the electrons, positrons coming from the decay of the muons. Okay, then the beam has quite a large energy spread, momentum spread, and also the divergence is very large. Okay, and the quadrupole strength depends a little bit, depends on the momentum. Okay, and that means that different momenta focus differently. In addition, with the very large betatron functions or the large divergence from the IP generates what we call chromatic effects. It means that if one doesn't do anything further downstream, the optics for different momenta can become quite different. And this has to be corrected, and that can be done with the help of sextupoles in regions with dispersion. Yes, and what you can see here is, okay, here at the very left, you see what you've seen on the previous plot, the inner triplet, which then is followed by these chromatic correction sections. Yeah, this first of all, these are bending magnets. Yes, and with the help of these bending magnets, one can create a so-called dispersion, which you can see here in green. Dispersion means that the position of particles with higher and lower momentum is not the same anymore, but they separate. And then sextupoles mean that these particles of different momenta, they see also quadrupolar effects with opposite polarity. That allows us to improve a little bit, to correct locally this chromaticities. Yeah. Then for the okay, so this okay, and then on the other side, one needs an arc. So this, what you can see here is several 4-arc cells. What is implemented here is so-called flexible momentum compaction cells for the arc. And in fact, this is very important to be able to keep the short bunches over 1,000 or 2,000 turns or so. What you can see here is the dispersion. Yes, and you can see this dispersion is a very special optics in order to get a dispersion which changes sign, which at some locations is positive, at other locations is negative. And what does it mean? If the dispersion is positive inside the bending magnet, that means that particles with higher momentum, they are further outside, they have a longer path. But if the dispersion is negative, they take a shortcut via the inner side, and which means that with help of this dispersion, one can make sure that in overall for the whole circumference, the circulation period is the same for different momenta. Okay, and then what's still missing is a matching section, which is the link between the arcs, which is the link between this chromatic compensation section and the arc. Okay, the status is that now there is a full linear lattice available and looks quite reasonable. It comprises the interaction region, chromatic compensation, matching and arc cells, etc. And at the moment, study is ongoing. Why? At the moment, we have quite a small dynamic aperture. We are quite optimistic that improvements are, that with the help of octupoles, we can improve. But this is definitely work in progress. Okay, just one slide I will show you on a very particular problem with neutrino, with muon colliders. That's radiation due to showers generated by the neutrinos and which reach the Earth's surface. So what you can see here on the lower. Okay, what you can see here is just a sketch of the muon collider, and if at some location somewhere a muon decays, it generates an electron or a positron, which then generates some radiation close to the machine, but it also creates a neutrino, which then can travel very long, and these somewhere reach the Earth's surface, and there they can generate significant radiation well above legal limits, in particular for high energies. Okay, and matter in front does not help, but makes the situation even worse. And this effect increases strongly with the energy of the muons, because the cross section are roughly proportional to the energy, and then also the typical energy. The energy which is deposited by the neutrino also increases about linearly with the muon energy. And then, in addition, the opening angle of this cone decreases, is inversely proportional to the muon energy. Okay, so I will not go into the details, but I will rather go then to the summary. So muon colliders are considered as a future high energy project. It's circular lepton colliders, and they are not limited by the beam energy due to synchrotron radiation loss. And it's a very attractive option for high energy physics, high precision and discovery machine. But of course, it comes with many challenges, which are mainly related to the effort to generate the muon beams, and then even more to the short lifetime of the muons. Okay, now this proposal is not as major as other projects, as CLIC or LSC or FCC and so on. Still, feasibility has to be shown, and there are quite many R&D topics which have to be addressed. Just to name a few: ionization, cooling, and to get the nominal emittances at the end, target, activation and damage of components all over the complex, also neutrino radiation, heat load to superconducting magnets, etc. Fast acceleration is a big challenge. High field magnets are needed, very high field solenoids, but then also high field dipoles and quadrupoles for the rings. Okay, and then one has to show that the collider is able to provide a sufficient luminosity. And now we have started the International Muon Collider collaboration, aiming at the conceptual design of a muon collider with an energy of 10 TeV or above. And of course, this is based on several studies made over several decades, and in particular by MAP during the last decade or so. Okay, so thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christian, for your talk. Any questions online or in room? One question.
Hi, I'm Katia Milardi. Thank you for the nice talk. I have a couple of questions. The first one is very technical. I wonder what kind of technology do you use for the RF cavities in the cooling section? And the second one is more general, and how much in percentage of the muon lifetime is spent for the manipulation necessary to bring a proper beam at the entrance of the collider?
Yeah, okay, so in fact, there are quite some significant losses all over the chain. So the acceleration is maybe 80% or something like that, and the different cooling channels, more than this is lost. When I remember correctly, in the final cooling, there are almost half of the muons which are lost, particularly due to rebunching and reacceleration at the end.
Yeah. So 50% is what you get at the
yeah,
end.
no, but this is just it's certainly less.
Alex, okay.
For the overall chain. These are just different. It's already 80 or 90% for the acceleration, 50 of the final cooling.
Okay, but by the way, it's obvious it's a very challenging project.
Yes, yes, of course.
Going.
But of course, work is ongoing in order to optimize here and there and see whether one can find better solutions.
Yeah, and the technologies you use for the RF cavities in the cooling section.
Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot give you an answer to this question. I would have to ask my colleagues.
Yeah, what is the order of magnitude of the bunch length or the muon bunch length at the end of the merging section? That is very relevant in terms of possible instabilities and.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was working mainly for the collider ring itself, and I'm now slowly going to lower energies.
One last quick question.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. In the tentative timeline, I see a demonstrator design, prototypes, etc. Could you comment on that? It's in the next few years.
Yes, of course. There are discussions ongoing on this demonstrator and what it will do, etc.
This will be tentatively planned for CERN or some other location?
No, it could be at CERN.
But then you would need the proton beam, first of all.
Yes, of course, but it would not be. Of course, it's not possible to do this with a nominal proton beam. It can.
Sure.
You have to see what can be done with beams which can be made available.
Yeah. That means you would get the proton beam from SPS and convert it to
yes,
muon.
OPS.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, let's thank our speaker once again. Thank you, Christian, for being with us. And this brings us to the end of the morning session of the first day of the Congress. I thank all invited speakers for their contributions to the Congress. And we now make a lunch break until 2:30, and we will reconvene by then, maybe, and we will continue with presentations, some in room, some online. So have a nice lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you.